What's good, the peoples? How is everybody this evening? Still getting some stuff set up on my end. We are about to play my least favorite section of Final Fantasy III. It's pretty bad. It's a bad section. I have a buddy of mine who's completed the game and said that its part is easier than it is in the Famicom or 3D versions. But I don't think there's a way to fundamentally make this section better without making it active time battle, which is how Final Fantasy IV gets away with having weird gimmick bosses. Put my Twitch chat on screen here. Alright. Should have audio, should have video, should have alerts. Let's go. So, gonna explain in a little detail why this next section is so bad. And so there's this big city area called Saronia. And by far it's like the most interesting looking section on this world map. Like, what other JRPG from this era has just this giant walled off kingdom city section to it? Right? Like, even if you just look at the world map, like, it looks so weird. You get this big weird rectangle there, right? So we actually went around and checked out, like, other cities. Like, we checked out Duster, we checked out Repleto, so we actually got, like, we could use summoners and geomancers now. We did full clears of all the stuff on this continent over here. But what happens is you get your airship and you don't have any direction. It's just fly around the world until you kind of find something you want to explore, which is how early Final Fantasy games like to do things. I think Final Fantasy II doesn't, though. I think Final Fantasy II is always, like, you're just told where to go and what to do. But, like, the exploration, the sense of adventure, the not having an immediate, like, NPC specified goal. The problem is the plot trigger is automatic and it destroys your airship. Once you fly over Saronia, like, your airship is just destroyed. The airship that you just got back. And then you're trapped in Saronia. $20 chests in Castle Saronia. My goodness. And now we can't leave. We're stuck in Saronia until we complete the event. So we can't actually go into the actual castle yet. Anyway, so we're stuck here now. We have to complete the event. And the event involves a gimmick boss, which just can randomly decide you don't get to win. So there's 4 different sections of Saronia. Northwest Saronia has no chests or items in it. And there's only one shop that's going to be open somewhere. This is like the library section, I believe. Like, yeah, there's a magic shop, but it won't be open. It's closed until we complete the event. So the idea here is that we have to use Dragoons in the upcoming boss fight. Like this guy says, only a Dragoon can defeat the avian monster Garuda. Here's how the fight works. He spams an attack that's just lightning damage on your whole party, and it's a lot of damage. It's way too much to outrace. The only way to survive the damage, outside of just ridiculous leveling or luck manipulation or something, is to be a Dragoon and be in the air when he uses it. But it's a turn-based battle system, right? So you can select jump all you want, but if the boss gets to act before you, it doesn't matter. You still get wiped out. And there's a big long cutscene before the boss, so enjoy watching that cutscene multiple times, I guess. There are free items and stuff that we can get. But first we have to go in here and... we don't have to do this first. Maybe we do have to do this first, actually. This is the last time we're going to be using magic for a while, so... So Alice is the prince, and he's like 8 years old, and he got kicked out by his father. I guess all the punks that were beating up on him were just hanging out in the tavern, like they just live here. How many items? 2 items, 11 chests. I think one of the items is given to us by an NPC. If we go down and around here... Alright, so there's dragon mail we have now. Is this shop open? No, it's not. Here's a bunch of chests. Are they all greens? They're all greens. Just in case you put stuff in your chocobo, you can always come here and... because you're stuck here in Saronia now. So they make sure you have a way to get access to anything you stored in there. One more item. I'm going to bet it's like a pot inside one of these buildings. Inside the armor shop, I guess. Because the only other shop we get into is this one, and we've checked it. I also always forget what's in which sector of Saronia every single time I play this game. I guess at least now I can check my world map and see for sure. One item in northeastern Saronia. And there's one shop that is open that sells spears. But we're going to get some... I think you get 1 or maybe 2 sets of Dragoon equipment for free. And then you have to buy the rest. Is there a way into the water here? Looks like not. It's okay. Once again, I think my one item in this area is going to be inside one of those shops we cannot access yet. Oh, by the way, in other versions of this game, if you don't have the capacity to switch everybody over to Dragoon, because you just unlocked a bunch of brand new classes and you want to play around with them, you can get into random encounters in these, like, wooded areas here, but they're annoying random encounters. Like, they do status ailments and stuff. And then, of course, in the 3D version, you have to fight some number of those encounters to get rid of your job sickness. So we got chocobos that we can ride them anywhere, but they're here. Alright, so this is going up into the tower, which... is where we can get some equipment. So this doesn't count as... Like, this counts as a different map? Yeah, Dragonspire counts as a different map. Okay, fair enough. So a spear and a helmet, phoenix down, another dragon mail. So we're going to maximize our chances of killing this upcoming boss without having to do any leveling up. But it's going to cost some gold, I think. And we're going to have to turn Hubert into not a black mage for a little while, which I realize is, like, sacrilegious. Actually, we got a lot more armor than I thought we were going to get. Ooh, 50% of the boxes have been opened, you guys. We have 50% of the treasures in this game now. So far Geomancer, and I realize his levels are still very low. He's still a low-level Geomancer, but so far Geomancer is like a less powerful black mage. I gotta blow my nose. Give me once. I'll do it off camera because it's gross. All right, that's better. Alright, so now we have some Dragoon equipment. Now we just gotta pull the band-aid off. And I was told that jump in this game doesn't respect rows. So we'll put everybody in the front row. So we actually got full armor, dragon mail, and helmets. We just need a whole bunch of spears, which we can buy at the one weapon shop that's open. So this game tries to introduce gimmick bosses to the series, but because it's a turn-based game, like we saw with Hein, just having a gimmick is kind of difficult. This is not the correct city. Because with Hein, like, yeah, we can scope him out, but then we have 3 actions that round that can't take advantage of scoping him out and knowing what his weakness is. Whereas in an ATB system, I could scope him out and then immediately be able to do something about his weakness. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spears, I think. I can afford 2. So I need 3 more spears. We can just do thunder spears, it'll be fine. What are we never ever going to use? This, these. I think we're done with books. There's better versions of books later in case we really do want them. It's really tempting to sell this shuriken, but I won't do it. Oh yeah, we bought all this summon magic. That gets us 2 more, so I just need 1 more. See if we can realistically get like 6,000 golds right here in these forests. And maybe get a level or 2 of Dragoon on these guys. Three good jumps from characters that have a level or 2 of Dragoon and 2 Wind Spears is enough to kill Garuda in any version. It's just, you can't consistently land 3 jumps in 1 round. If he chooses to use his lightning spell before your jump goes off, because your guy doesn't jump right when you import the jump command. You input the jump command at the start of the turn, then he actually jumps some amount of time later. See, like what happened here. I put in my jump command, and then my guys got wiped out anyway. That's what's going to happen in the Garuda fight. Avoiding that Blizzara spell is what you're supposed to do in the Garuda fight. When you're in the air, when they use a spell, it can't hit you. Where was the revival shrine? Because I need that now. In this town. Does this guy give something to Prince Alice? Oh, there's a spear. I don't need to get another one. Okay, good. You get 2 free spears by talking to NPCs. Okay, so I don't have to grind up any gold or anything. Yeah, I have heard that Garuda is easier in this version, so we'll see how much easier, if that is actually the case. We got 1 Dragoon job level on 1 character. What is the, like, evil chancellor guy's name? It's not quite Gilgamesh, but it's almost Gilgamesh. It's like Gigamesh or something. I have not played Earthbound since I recorded that. That's how long it's been. I've had people that tried to get me to check out the Earthbound randomizer, but I'm just not interested in Earthbound anymore. I wasn't interested in Earthbound when I recorded it. I haven't liked Earthbound for many, many years. It's not a terrible game. I just find it boring to play. I also wasn't able to play Mother 3 for the same reasons. I tried to get into it. There's a bunch of treasures inside the castle that we'll be able to loot once the king attacked with a knife. Gigamets. Alright, so it's Gigamets. What up, Gigamets? Schlunk. That's a knife sound effect if I ever heard one. So the king stabbed himself because he was being manipulated by Gigamets. And this whole scene, like, kind of feels out of place to me. Like, this is, like, the cutscenes like this aren't a big part of Final Fantasy III overall, except in this one scene. Like, the cutscene is so complicated, they have to put stage directions in the text box describing what's going on. And the king turned the knife on himself. You see a lot of that kind of stuff in Final Fantasy IV, but not in this game. So this is like a prototype for the cutscenes that we get in Final Fantasy IV. And then in battle, his name isn't Gigametz anymore. Now it's Garuda. Alright, so let's see if we get lucky here. 1, 2, 3. Everybody's in the air. Nice. Oh, and they land the same round. No, it wasn't. Okay. So you jump the first round, and then you land on the next round. Because I did see Garuda flash twice. So he tried to attack while we were in the air, then somebody landed and he attacked them without using thunder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so for a second there, so there's lightning. We've dodged it. And yeah, that was way easier. That was... If he had acted first and used lightning before we got in the air, we could have potentially lost that. I wonder if Dragoons just are just moved to the front of the turn order. They always get into the air first. Well, anyway, we have a Dragoon now. And that was a lot of damage we were doing with jump. I might just hold on to Dragoon for a while. So all we did to help the prince was rescue him in a bar and then walk him home. Like that's all. That was the extent of our involvement. Yeah, it feels like that boss got seriously nerfed, although it's hard to articulate exactly why. It depends on how if changes were made to Dragoon or to the boss or both. I did notice that Garuda chose to attack instead of use lightning in one round, which isn't always the case. You know what? We're going to leave Loris as a Dragoon and put my other guys back where they were. And he can have wind spears now. So we can sell all this other Dragoon equipment, most of which we got for free. Actually, all of it we got for free. We didn't buy any. We did. We bought some spears. We bought a couple of spears. But the rest of it can go. Oh, I was walking around my Geomancer, and Dragoon doesn't look as cool, but whatever. We'll use Dragoon for a while. Look at all the boxes! Golem Staff. I think that casts Break. Looks like a lot of this stuff is just stuff that we were able to buy anyway. Ooh, not a Gaia vest, though. Oh, yeah, it is. That's a Geomancer item, I think. Do I have 2 of those now? I do. Yeah, we already bought that. Is that all the chests here? Nope, 2 more chests to find. What's the rusty mail for? I mean, I'm just going to sell it. And this is also when we get our new airship to replace the airship that they've cruelly destroyed. A switch. Why don't I press it and see? So we can check out Odin. There's Odin standing there. There's your boy. So, beginning the proud tradition of Odin hanging out in the basement of a ruined castle, which I think persists for the next 3 games. And then Odin in 7 is just a materia you find, which is boring. And then he has, well, kind of bucks the trend a little bit in 8. Because, yeah, he's in, like, this ruined area, but it's not... Like, in this game, and in 4, and in 5, and in 6, you find Odin in, like, the secret basement of a castle that's still in use by modern civilization. And then in 9, he destroys a big tree. We know there's no items or anything in here, but... Oh, they're gonna get my airship. I've seen there's a bunch of different font mods. The one I was most impressed by added the font from the 3D version of this game, which is this cool little, like, curly looking pixel font. But I'm not having any use for any of those. This font's fine. I'm okay with what I got. Oh, it's fast. It's a fast boy. It's fast and good. That's what you like to see. All the other airships so far have been so slow. Alright, so we need... we can check shops now. Should all be open. Don't want anything from this shop. Let's sell off all this excess... So all the rusty nails. I don't think we ever need these again. I'm going to sell all the ones that I'm not wearing. I'm going to sell Viking mail. Sell both of those. Don't need those anymore. Then there's the library where you can go in and learn just all kinds of just story relevant stuff. Tells you some clues about how to find hidden stuff and etc, etc. I mean, it's good that they have a place where you can buy level 3 magic at this point in the game, you know, just in case you didn't get all the level 3 magic you want, and getting back to the floating continent is kind of a pain in the butt. Especially in previous versions of this game. So I can buy all this stuff again if I want to. I'm still using the Scholar Cap, I just don't need multiple copies of it. Level 4 magic. Staff that casts Blizzaga, like you can just do that with a white mage now. Nobody in this party wants it. My man still got spears. There's gonna be a spare item here somewhere too. Alright, so here we go. Level 5 magic I don't have yet. Instant KO to all weak enemies. I'm gonna buy Thundaga. I'm gonna buy Raise. I'm gonna buy Kiraga. And we'll just learn all of it. And you do not have a lightning rod yet. So who's got an item for me? You? This was level 4 magic, right? Yeah. Somebody has an item for me. And I'm gonna find it. I'm not leaving and sit without it. They're thanking me. Gotta be in the inn then. Gotta be a pot or something. Ow, ow, ow. So when you look at the bottom corner of the screen here, it tells me how many chests and how many items that are not in chests are in a given area. And there's one item here that we haven't gotten somewhere. In a tree, perhaps? There it is. Elixir in a tree. That I just never knew. If it does exist in the other versions, I wouldn't know. Cool. Oh, user clicked the thing. There's a chocobo forest down here too. Cool. So, but now we can never ever, this is what we were talking about last stream, we can never go back to the floating continent and get down into the water. There's no way to sail around this ocean anymore because our sailing ship has been destroyed. There's also no reason to take the Nautilus up here. Someday I'll figure out how to fix the click the thing stuff. So this is how you navigate to the floating continent in other versions of the game, because you don't have a fun little mini map that works as useful as this one. You can cast a spell that shows you a world map, but you have to cast it every time you want to see it, so you really can't navigate by it very well. But if you find this forest on this little like arrowhead section, and then fly directly west, you'll run right into the floating continent. And that, I think, is probably how a lot of players found, oh, we can get back to the floating continent. That's not a thing that is super obvious. Also, there's encounters in the airship in this game. Guess who didn't stay at the inn? So the reason we couldn't get here earlier, it looks like we could have gotten here earlier, but we could not have. Is because there's strong winds in those valleys we had to fly through that would push your airship backwards. I don't know what happens if you try to travel it on foot, actually. I'm curious. Let's go in the house and get a refill, and then we'll try it out. Seize them. It's the Muggles. The Muggles are like chubbier in this version of the game. So this is just story stuff. That wasn't the real Earth crystal that Goldor destroyed. It was a rock I enchanted to produce gold, and gave it to Goldor for some reason, even though he's a big jerk. One item in Doga's Manor. Is it a key item or is it a hidden item? Not worried about a chocobo. Level 6 magic already. Ooh, we got haste. I'm gonna buy some. I want to buy Faraga for sure. Okay, so warp goes back a floor in this game. So we got boosted Faraga with that fire stick. And there's my one item. Okay. I have not seen a guest act randomly in battle. I think they just removed that mechanic altogether, because you don't see them on this screen either. In previous versions of the game, you got to see a little graphic of your NPC helper buddy. I'm just curious what happens if we try to navigate through here. I have no charges for 5 or 6 magic yet. Fair enough. Oh, and I gave up Blizzara. That's right. It's a quick teleport. Oh, your boy's confused. That's not good. So it's supposed to be strong winds pushing us backwards, but it looked more like we bumped our head on an invisible barrier. Can't walk diagonally through here because there's not actually enough space to walk diagonally. There's exactly a one-tile route through these mountains that creates a zigzag. And in order to walk diagonally in this version of the game, you need to be able to physically occupy both spaces that you're moving through, and we can't here. So we can't clip the sides of the mountains. And then there's a village that we can't access on this continent that sells every spell. Not every spell. I think every spell level 1 through 7, maybe. We bought Kiraga and Raise. I wanted to buy Haste. And maybe 2 copies of Hastes, perhaps. So here's the trick that works. I can go to Hubert and turn Hubert into a white mage to get access to oh, I do need to use the chocobo here. I put my mini spell away. Wait, no I didn't. You still have it. There we go. Okay. So now when I switch Hubert back, though, he'll still have all of his magic charges. You don't lose magic charges. As long as you switch to a job that has magic charges, you're fine. If you switch to a job that doesn't have magic charges, you lose all of your charges. And there's nothing in the Cave of the Circle. I like the big mushrooms and stuff they added, though. This place looks really cool now. These tiny little knights that are down here, they're basically action figures. You know what I'm going to do, though? Oops, not Onion Knight. And I don't think this matters. We'll put everybody in the back row for now. I just want 2 people doing damage, is all. Yeah, this is a very cool looking map. I like this a lot. Even the battle background is cool. They change the battle music when you're in the mini dungeons. Yeah, you get the battle music and the victory fanfare changed to like woodwind versions instead of the guitar. Nice little touch. I like it a lot. But there's no reason to like explore this cave. There's no treasures or anything, and it's not even that long. And when you have a mini map, you can't even go down a dead end. I couldn't get into Minish Cap when I tried to play it. I did try to play it when I got my 3DS. They had there was a bunch of like games that got released for free on 3DS if you bought like an early 3DS. Like an old like this little library of GBA games. There's like a Wario game and I think one of the Fire Emblem games too. So I did try to play Minish Cap, but I didn't get that far into it before I gave up. Yeah, I don't remember why I gave up. I don't remember what it was that drove me away from it. Just remember this dungeon next time, like, you read somebody, like, review bombing these games. Like, oh, it's just a cash grab. They suck. The sprites are terrible. Just remember this cave. And know that they're wrong. So Doga is going to give us a submarine, which gives us access to 2 new dungeons filled with treasure. And then 3 dungeons, actually, because one of them is our next storyline dungeon. But we're going to try to go through the 2 bonus dungeons first. Realistically, the only way I'm going to try Minish Cap again is if they do like a big remaster of it and I get a copy somehow. Like, I don't see myself going out of my way to play Minish Cap. If the game was going to like instantly grab me, it would have already done so, and it didn't. So we also need the White Mage for a moment. Just long enough to cast Mini on everybody. Job level 43. There is still a sight spell, yes. And it's exactly the same as, like, you have access to this world map. The sight spell is exactly the same as this, except when you open the map, it only shows you the dots of locations you've visited. Whereas if you use the sight spell, it shows you all of the dots. So you get to see the complete world map if you use the sight spell. I'll go with Fyra, I guess, because I want to save some Blizzagas for the dungeon we're about to go into. I don't think Doga and Unne are dying naturally in this game. I think what happens is they sacrifice their life force to unlock stuff for you to use. Hubert's level 43. His job level is 43. Experience levels were only like the mid-20s. Because Hubert's been a black mage since the very beginning of the game. He's never been in anything else. All right. I'm not sure the mechanics of it, but a high job level increases your effectiveness in that job. I don't know the exact mechanics of how it all works, but like Claire is... Where does it say my job level on here? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I gotta go into the job screen. Yeah, so he's a level 12 black belt. Is just stronger than a level 1 black belt. Really made it to level 7 knight? Really? He was not a knight for that long, was he? I guess not. We switched him to black belt pretty quick. What were you before you were a thief? You were a scholar for a minute. You were a red mage. No, you weren't. Who was my red mage? Loris was my red mage. You were a monk. That's right. And he was a red mage and then a scholar for a little while. Alright, time to potentially game over a lot. Actually, I want to go to this dungeon first, I think. So this is Triangle Island. Do we get an underwater map? We do. Cool. I like the big splotch of just weird green stuff up on the north side of the map that I don't even know what that is, but it's there. Alright, so this is like a little secret bonus dungeon that you can go into, and there are 19 chests here, and we might have to bail on this dungeon because the monsters are going to be pretty strong, but the treasures are also really strong, so... I was just going to go with a single target thunder if it looks like we're going to mop it up. And we did. Nice. There's also some monster boxes here. Look at these cool-ass looking sea witches, right? Thief's starting to get pretty good. Not gonna lie. So Diamond Shield, which we're not gonna use on anybody because shields are for dorks. The Defender, which I think only a knight can use, so we don't have a knight at the moment. But we're going to be markedly stronger once we're done looting this place than when we came in. Ooh, I have a level 5 spell, but I can't use it just yet. But we do have a couple Phoenix Downs, don't we? I have 12. I'll use one. We'll use them here. And I gotta make sure to save one blast of level 3 magic for teleport. And back to Black Mage with you. Actually, I have... Oh, I sold the otter shrooms because I had teleport. I said I didn't need them. So I sold them. I don't have a teleport. Okay, so we just have to switch to white mage if we want to teleport out. Where's the last chest here? Down to the left. Yeah, Thief is really good in every version of this game. I feel like they were overcompensating for the terrible Thief in Final Fantasy 1. Although Thief in Final Fantasy 1 is good now, too, in these versions. That's what you want to see happen. You want to see the guy who can heal people get killed. That's a Viking weapon that we're not going to use. Yeah, that quick job switching just to heal people would not work in other versions of the game because you'd either be using up your capacity resource or you'd be saddling your character with job sickness. Although once you're a high enough level in a job in the 3D version, job sickness no longer really applies. Now an air knife is good for us. Diamond bracers are good for us. I have never used Viking in any version of this game. Ooh, I think we already have those, don't we? Yeah, we've already got some of those. Diamond gloves I think we want. Ancient sword. So there's knight gear in here. They kind of want you to use knight after coming in here. But this is the only reason this dungeon exists, is to give you a bunch of treasure and give you some monsters to level up very quickly on. Just burn up all these cure spells. We're not using level 1 black magic anyway. Oops, I keep forgetting. It puts you on the equip screen so you can optimize after you switch jobs. Alright, so let's just do a quick optimize. Oh, you can equip power bracers. Ooh. Do I want you to equip power bracers? 1 point of attack for quite a lot of defense, some magic defense, and even evasion. Yeah, you know what? I think you're better off with the power bracers. Now, there are several more chests in here, but they are in monster boxes. So, we're going to take what we have and go save, and then come back in and clear out the monster boxes. Hoping one of the mods to this game and then eventually Final Fantasy V is an all jobs mod. I'm not going to want to play this version of Final Fantasy V for Fiesta unless I can use all the jobs from the beginning of the game. And an all jobs mod for Final Fantasy III would be kind of fun too. Although slightly less fun because most of the jobs don't have usable equipment in the first world. Cool looking monsters in here too. This is another thing that this game has over this and Final Fantasy 1. Both do way better than Final Fantasy 2. Is Final Fantasy 2 has just like a random batch of monsters that you find everywhere in the game, depending on how strong the monsters are supposed to be. Final Fantasy 1 and 3 have thematically appropriate monsters for the area. You're not going to find like a fire monster in the underwater shrine or like a fish in the desert. Kind of dumb crap. That's what Final Fantasy 2 is. It's just dumb crap. It's just dumb, stupid crap, and I hate it. Anyway. I'll just fly up to Amur and use the inn real quick. Well, no, because in all jobs mod, the point of it... I mean, you could just use Sage and Ninja for the whole game. That'd be fine, but... the point of it is then you could really have a fiesta for it. Like, roll any of 4 jobs and then see how far you can get in the game. Probably to Garuda if you don't roll Dragoon. That's probably where it ends. Although I suspect Garuda might be beatable if they've nerfed him a little bit. So I've got level 5 magic. Alright. There should be 3 trapped chests in here. I didn't know there were encounters underwater. I learned a new thing. I thought the submarine was safe. It's not my fault that I hate Final Fantasy II. It's Final Fantasy II's fault. And the thing that I said wasn't even an opinion. It's just a fact. Final Fantasy II doesn't have any correlation between the area you're in and the monsters you fight in that area. There's just a random grab bag of monsters that are available in any given area. Instead of, oh, this is an underwater cave. We're going to have underwater themed monsters. Like, we're going to have one that's a giant demon snail. And we'll have another that's an octopus. What mobs are on the triangle? I have no idea. We've gained quite a few levels just being in this dungeon, though. Alright, so these should all be monster boxes. So this thing looks like it's probably weak to air because my thief just completely messed him up with his air knife. Blood Lance. Don't mind if I do. Ooh! 118 to 160. I'll take it. I knew this stuff was strong. I didn't know it was that strong. Zombie Dragon. Oh, so you probably do not want an Orichalcum, do you? Because that'll probably backfire badly. Let's use our... Oh, we don't have Faraga. We got Thundaga we can use here. So the Dragoon doesn't even get to do anything half the time, just because... Like, he's in the air, but then we win the fight, so... So these are splitting monsters, I believe. So we're a little out of depth now. Let's see how splitting monsters work in this version. If they work at all, I'm not sure. Let's find out. Or maybe they're not splitting monsters. Maybe they have to take an action to split. That could be. Reflective mail. That seems like a good thing for you to put on. 10 defense for 10 magic defense and a point of evasion. You know what? I'll take it. There we go. Now we're dividing. So it's an action they have to take. Fair enough. And an AoE spell will hit a monster that just divided this turn, which is fun to know. Actually, we're gonna high potion you, I think. Okay, it ended up not mattering. So you can kind of brute force your way through the dividing monsters. What you're supposed to do is use a job that has access to weapons that will make them not divide. Both my dogs are upset for some reason. They're real mad. Alright, so we got some new fancy gear here. A new knife. I think we'll walk out, because I wouldn't mind taking some more experience points out of here. But yeah, there's a couple of very long dungeons just full of dividing monsters, and if you just try to barrel through without using the built-in game mechanic that's meant to deal with dividing monsters, you're going to be in for a rough ride. But I think we gained like 4 levels just in this cave. We got all the chests, right? Yeah, 19 chests. We got them. Okay. Next, which one of these had the inn? Northwest has the inn. So I don't think we're going to have much luck actually defeating Odin right now, but we can sure loot his house. $13 boxes and 1 item here. I like when Glitz takes hits, because he just gets his hit points back. I suppose our Dragoon would as well. We got a Kraken XB here. Golem Staff. The good part about Odin is we don't actually have to defeat him. He's not a storyline monster. If you want to summon spell Odin, you have to fight him. And we want to play around with Summoner later, sure, but... we can always just come back later. There's our second Aegis shield. Cyclops is like a Cyclops, but harder. Actually, I think we can try the Odin fight without losing any state. I'm pretty sure that if we lose to Odin, it'll just put us back one map screen. So we might just go in and just check out how badly he completely eradicates us. More reflective mail. It's cool, but I don't have two people who can use it. So mostly the treasures in here just seem to be stuff that you can just buy out in the town anyway. Where did I miss boxes at? Well, let's try Odin. I'm just curious. There's going to be secret passages and stuff we didn't do in that dungeon, because I'm missing a bunch of boxes. You know what? I'm going to boost. Ooh, we got Thundaga for Odin. Good job. Odin didn't like that. Does not seem to be particularly weak to thunder magic in this game, though. As is his wont in other games. Alright, starting to drop. Starting to drop us. We're still alive. We're still in it. Until he uses it twice in a row. It's about what I was expecting. Ah, there's the boxes over here. Should probably just be attacking with Loris. There's no reason to jump. You think I came close to killing Odin? If he'd randomly just not attacked me on a couple more rounds, yeah, maybe. I guess jump does do ridiculously more damage. Actually, if I switch Hubert over to... Oh, I didn't buy that haste spell. If I switch Hubert over to a white mage and go in with haste, because Hubert wasn't doing much damage anyway, but he can haste Claire and Glitz. And then maybe get Protect up. Maybe that's the plan. Going with white mage instead of black mage. Protect isn't multi-target, but even if I just had like a Kiraga to throw out once or twice. Or even just haste. Like haste alone would probably do a lot of work for me. I do have Bacchus wins. Is that it? For treasures? Yeah. There is an item in here, though, somewhere. Instead of trying to put out damage with Hubert, I have one Bacchus Cider. That didn't seem to accomplish very much. At least the high potion retargeted. We are still alive somehow. If I get jump off first, it'll be a miracle. And we'll survive one more round. We did not. Hubert's still up! Let's go! Let's go, Hubert! Oh, Hubert's my boy. Yeah, I think he just attacks you a couple times, and then he's done playing. He's done playing, and it's just Zantetsuken every single round. I'm willing to try this with white magic, though. Where is one item in here? One of these pillars, maybe? I can't multi-target break, and it probably won't land anyway, but... Oh, it petrified his, like, bottom half. That's weird. That's weird and silly. Well, I can't haste anybody without a white mage. So step one is to back off. And maybe get a couple white magic levels as well. We've never had a white mage in the party before. There is one just loose item somewhere in here. So I can't tell if break is better because it does a little bit of damage, or worse because it never actually lands the petrify on the first attempts. So there's one just loose item that's not in a treasure chest somewhere in this dungeon. I've got no idea where it could be. It's gotta be just like on a random square somewhere. Okay, well, let's go buy white magic. So we're going to have, ideally, 2 rounds to haste, but in actual practice, probably only 1. Like, look how much stronger we are just since last time we were here. Flying to Doga's house. Zantetsuken was actually not doing that much damage to me, like 500 and change. Which is a lot of damage for a full party attack at this stage of the game, but I'm used to it dealing way more. White Mage Map Man, what up? Yeah, we get 2 copies of Haste. But I can only cast it once. Oh, you know, I'm not going to get 2 casts of it anyway. Never mind. I have a Bacchus' Cider, though, I can use. Yeah, there's just never going to be a practical spot where we're going to stack 2 petrifies together. If we really wanted to go with 2 white mages and then 2 golem staves once per turn, we could petrify somebody, but... That was 8,300 damage because flying monsters are weak to wind. So if you wanted to see my Dragoon do 8,300 damage, I'm happy to be your genie today. We switched away from Geomancer because I wanted to keep Dragoon around. Dragoon was doing some work. Can barely tell he's partially petrified. You gotta look at like the grip of his club. Because he's just a naturally gray monster. There was no way to tell. So then what we're going to do is try to haste Glitz and see if his damage output increases enough that he can keep pace with his own just natural healing with the Orichalcum. We could just go full Dragoon again, and then just try to jump over all of the Zensetsuken. That's a viable strategy, right? Oh no, Glitz! He was my favorite. How many Kiragas do I have? 2. Fair enough. I'm kind of willing to experiment a lot more in this fight because I don't have to replay the entire dungeon every time I lose it, which is what you'd have to do on other versions of this game. Nice. Haste comes out before Glitz's first attack. That's what we like to see. It's not seeming to be that much of an improvement. Oh, I don't have Kira on Hubert. What does a Cure Spell do? Just level 1 Cure Spell. Not a lot. Odin doesn't count as being in the catacombs. He counts as being up in the castle, so that still wouldn't account for... You can steal... I've never tried stealing from Odin. I'm not going to win the fight if I spend my turn stealing, though. Like, it's just not going to happen. We've only got one Kyuraga left. He still isn't going in for Zansetsuken yet. He still isn't going in for Zansetsuken yet. Ooh, I don't want to use Raise here. There it is. There's the big boy. Alright, so there's no chance of getting Claire back up. Let's see if we can luck into getting Kyuraga come out first. We did. That's good. Might buy one more round. But not 2 more rounds. Yeah, I feel like they must have for sure increased his hit point total. Alright, it's all to Loris. As long as he jumps first. He's out of there. He's out of there. Look at this. There we go. He got one in. He's got to get 2 in a row, though, which he just did. Alright, I got one more trick up my sleeve. Oh, I forgot to heal, so that's good. Just beat on ourselves for a minute. We'll pretend this is Final Fantasy 2. Glitz cannot finish himself off because he damages himself, but then he gets healing from it as well. And the healing triggers after the damage, even if he's at 0 hit points. So Glitz literally cannot kill himself. Go with Kira. Might be useful to have. So I can haste both of them if I use my cider. Ooh, we're going straight to the Z sword. Alright, alright. I see how it's gonna be. Straight to the Z sword today. This is not going well. Life is level 5 in FF1, yes. You know, I should do the menu fumbling and stuff on the previous floor, so it doesn't just keep putting me back here and I have to redo it. There we go. I don't know what he drops, if anything. Alright. Let's see if he does the Z-Sword first round again. Okay. Okay. Problem with using boost is I gotta get lucky 2 rounds in a row for him to not die. So far, so good. This is a boost round. I really need Hubert to not die here. So don't punch Hubert, please. 19 hits. That's what you like to see. Everybody should survive that. Good. Kiraga comes out before Z-Sword here. We're in good shape. Which it did not, so that's it. I think we're done. It's over. It's going to take a lot of luck to win this fight right now. We need a lot of stuff to align. Better to just come back when we've got 2,000 hit points. We'll come back in a dungeon or two and get her done. Oh, why didn't I use Protect? I didn't buy it. I said I was going to, but then I didn't. Was it in one of these shops? Both North Saronias have magic shops. We did see it in a shop, and I didn't buy it. Or maybe I had seen it in Doga's house. It must have been in Doga's house. Because, yeah, protect, even if I just protect Glitz, Glitz might solo that fight once he's protected and hasted. That does apply 2 levels of petrification when Hubert just attacks instead of uses an item. So attacking is literally the same as using it as an item. Well, no, because the attack roll would key off of a physical stat, whereas the use is actually casting the spell and would key off a magic stat, I guess is the difference. I don't know where I saw protect. Maybe we didn't see protect. Let's see if Google knows. Northeast Saronia and Doga's village. Well, this isn't Doga's village. This is Doga's house. Don't get confused. But yeah, Northeast Saronia. We were just there. I didn't see it. Are there 2 magic shops in that one part of Saronia? Because I could have swore we saw it somewhere. We're just going back and forth killing gargoyles now. Yeah, we were just in this magic shop. Did I just not see it in the lists? It's not in this shop now. It's level 3 magic. And then the other one had level 4 magic. Ah, there's a second magic shop up there. Alright, yes. Can't get there from here. Go around the long way. Move it, move it. It's level 5, though. And I don't think it's multi-target, but I want to science that real quick. Show me a fight. Any fight. Needle monkeys. Oh, goodness me. It is not multi-target. Alright, fair enough. Got a Chocobo's Wrath. I think that casts Flare. I think we'll get more use out of Protect than Curaga, though. Because if we can reduce the damage that Z-Sword does to my Thief and my Dragoon, they're basically self-sustaining. Depending on how much we can reduce the damage by. Not a back attack. We have not seen one of these all day yet. Scram! We out. See, if you look at the map here, it says there's no items remaining. So if the Odin spell counts as an item, I'm going to be very confused. Because if we look at this map, Saronia Catacombs, it says there's 0 out of 1 items obtained. So there's one just loose, not in a chest item somewhere. I love the remasters so far. Big ups. Alright, so we're going to Bacchus Cider, and we're going to haste. So, get everybody hasted, then we'll start putting Protect up. We'll put Protect on Glitz first, and then on Loris. Everybody should survive this. Now we gotta get lucky with a Kiraga to come out before the next Z sword. And it's gonna... We need to. We can't afford another Protect here. Looks like it is helping. So we'll see how well Glitz can just be self-sufficient for now. Haste is definitely doing some work. Oh, I don't have another Kiraga. We're just down to Kira's now. That was 3,000 damage. You know, I'm okay with that. Sometimes you just gotta do 3,000 damage. He's still taking full damage from the Z sword, though. His haste wore off. So no, I don't think Protect... It must count as a magic attack, then. That's all I can think of. So we're just going to have to come back later. I don't really care how much HP he has. I mean, you can type the number if it makes you feel better. But the important observation is that we're not winning that fight without a lot of luck or using completely different jobs. Glitz, he impressed me in that fight, though. I enjoyed how long Glitz survived. But now I want to turn my attention to where is there an item hidden in this dungeon somewhere. You know what? I'm going to circle back to that just on the off chance it actually is the Odin spell. I got Firaga now. We got to do Firaga. We didn't cast Firaga. Tasty. We have one of those. Alright, so I think the next dungeon is the underwater dungeon to get the loot, which will open up the Temple of Time, where we can meet Unne. Yeah, if it's like the bosses in Final Fantasy 1 all had their hit points doubled or more for subsequent versions. And that's true in this version, in the Pixel Remasters as well. Pepsi ad? They don't pay me, unfortunately. I just drink their stuff, man. I don't get paid for it. It is delicious, though. There's no inn there. There's also no encounters as long as you stay out of the woods. I like how the woods are like sectioned off in this version. Like they have gardens with big just wooded areas growing in them. Here we go. We can land here? Really? Interesting. Oops. Alright, in we go. Oh, I guess this is the Temple of Time, the underwater dungeon. So 10 chests and there's 1 item, which I think is the key item we'll get at the end. But we still have a thief. You know, let's go with the big spells. Why not? The big spells. Oh, you know what? I should give him Thundara back instead of Fyra. We're in the underwater dungeon again. Lots of underwater monsters in this game. Thunder is very valuable. We're not going to need... You know, I'll just get rid of Fyra. Diamond Helm. Oh, we've already got one of those. Diamond Bracers. We've already got those 2, I do believe. Power, Diamond Gloves, Diamond Bracers. Yeah, we're good. I'm enjoying Dragoon so far. That's the spell Garuda was just spamming. He'd actually be better off as a knight, because we just got awesome knight swords. Actually, that's a good idea. Except that defender and that ancient sword. Let's do that. I do have a thief. If you don't have a thief, you have to get magic keys. I got 2 defenders now. Beautiful. Magic keys are only sold in 1 town on the floating continent. Just he doesn't have any levels, so he's going to be bad for a little while if we go with knights. So we've killed the Bahamut palette swap. 50% of all monsters are done. Fun. Lulu is being very loud, yes. Yeah, I'd rather Loris be a Dragoon, just because it's got some Dragoon levels. Although having 2 knights, the potential for 2 knights. He was only a level 7 knight. We'll just leave him. It'll be fine. We'll just leave him. Where do you see what info? Where do my magic keys? Some NPCs tell you early in the game. Oh, 50% of monsters Steam achievement pop-ups are happening off screen. Another Orichalcum. We don't need 2 Orichalcums, though. Could have 2 thieves, though. Each with an Orichalcum. I think I just got another achievement for getting somebody to job level 50. Ah, there it is. Yeah, job level 50. Nice. This is the floor with the, yeah, like the big weird like wraparound secret passage. We gotta walk up the waterfalls to get there. We already need to buy more high potions before too much longer. And I don't want to use my last Thundara because it's also my teleport. So we'll just be mindful of that. It didn't actually take long for Loris to be good as a knight. Just a couple of job levels. And now he's in there. Protect ring. Lamia harp. Resistance to fire, ice, and lightning. And pretty amazing stats. Hubert needs one, and I'm going to give one to Claire. That's a big buff in all stats, defense and everything. Oh, the other thing was a harp. Okay. Like how the knight has the fewest hit points. You can see the difference in job level. Like, Glitz is job level 32 and he's out damaging everybody else in the party. He's been at that job the longest. Except for our black mage, who is 50. Can I blind you? Either no, or at least not like that. This was before they made behemoths, like, really, really beefy and scary, apparently. Gain job levels by fighting in that job. I don't know the exact mechanics for it. In the 3D version, every time you took an action in a job, you would gain points towards gaining more job levels. So slower jobs like Vikings gained fewer levels than other jobs did. The earlier in a round you attack, the more likely you are to take some action. They're giving me lots of shields, and I never equip shields in this game. I've got everything, and here's the loot, which means we're probably going to fight a boss here. Very serene. I thought there was a boss here. I'm misremembering. Okay, we need to teleport out. Yeah, how does that loot even still play? It must be completely waterlogged by now. Always go to the wrong town looking for an inn. There it is. Good time to just stock up on high potions. And Phoenix Downs, maybe. What, 10 more? Alright, there's 2 dungeons in this area. There is Unne's dungeon. Actually, it's not a dungeon, it's just a cave. But she's going to make us go to the other dungeon, which is where we'll get our next airship. Is there anything here? 1 item. She wears this bird on her head once she wakes up. I like how the game makes you listen to the loot twice in a row, back to back. So you could visit this cave before you get the loot. There's just nothing to be done here because Unne is the master of dreams, so she's always asleep. Alright, now she's got to exercise by running around the room. I don't know where this music came from, but I appreciate it. I think the Ancient Labyrinth, we can't get in without Unne. There's our 1 item for this screen. And there is a shop down there that sells new stuff. So we'll see if we can get some new stuff from the shop. I like how this first hallway in Unne's shrine is like brick and mortar. But then once you go deep enough, it just opens up into a natural cave. So the implication here, I think, is that she was just sleeping in this, like, bubble in the earth with no other access to it, and then like some miners came through and like shored up their mining tunnel, and then like broke into her room, and we're like, oh, let's not disturb her. We'll just leave. That's my headcanon. That's what I like to think happened here. And this next dungeon... Is this it? This is it. Only 5 chests, and this is a fairly long dungeon, I seem to recall. Filled with splitting monsters. What do we say about splitting monsters here? Okay, so Unne's gonna get rid of the rocks for us. I think as long as we one-shot them, they cannot divide, though. We have to damage them without killing them to give them a chance to divide. Is that how it works? A lot of this reflective mail hanging out. Just in case you want to use 3 knights, I guess. Yeah, we got all kinds of shops and stuff up here. I'm going to buy one of each in case I want to switch back. And I don't think we need anything else in armor shop. The Dark Knight is good in all versions of this game. I do believe. You can just buy defenders. Why not? And just the usual stuff, yes. So I think there's one chest in each of these rooms, all spread out. Is how this is laid out. Zambo Dragon, I think Glitz kills himself here, but I'm curious to find out for sure. Yup. Oh, I didn't multi-target this Blizzaga, did I? Whoops. I'm screwing everything up. Might not matter. I already had one. Why are we getting that in here? That's old armor. That's like old armor from the old country. Like Paw used to make. No, he's got one of those too. Never mind. I guess just in case you didn't find the black belt gear in the first village of this world. That one's here for you. New claws, though. 147, 148. It can confuse. Sure. Oh, they eatin'. So when they divide, they don't divide into a monster with full health, which I feel like the Famicom version did. Yeah, that's all the chests here. I feel like the Famicom version always spawned them in at full health, and that's why it's such a challenge to just hack your way through them. I don't think Kick does enough damage to be worthwhile here. Blizzaga is taking a big chunk out of their hit points when they come out in groups, and the divided one doesn't have enough health to survive even one Blizzaga. And then I've got Thundaga and Faraga in my back pocket, just in case we need to use it. My man must be weak to ice. That was a lot of damage. And no more treasures, so we're just kind of going on down from here. Last Blizzaga. Then we're moving on to the big hitters. Here's the new guys. These things should also split, but are considerably tougher, if recollection serves. Well, maybe not. We made it! New airship. So if you don't do any of the extra stuff, you don't do any of the side quests, you get an airship, then you do one dungeon, then you get another airship in this game. She's going to show us the vending machines. Which doesn't have quite the strongest equipment in the game. Fat Chocobo and a free inn. But once again, new airship, there's new places we can go and new dungeons to explore. Just a cool looking map. I like it. Alright, so level 7 magic. Don't mind if I do by Quake. Don't have level 7 spell charges yet, but... so there's new tomes if we want them. If we were going to use Scholar at this point. So actually, the time has come to switch Loris's job yet again to Dark Knight. He's pretty cool looking. How slow is the ship? This isn't bad, actually. I feel like this is how slow it is in the Famicom version, and then the Enterprise was just slowed down to match this. But yeah, this doesn't feel too bad. The 3D version, it's painfully slow. And this is what the Invincible can do. It can just fly over little gaps in mountains like that. That's it. So we need to go to Falgabard to get all of our Dark Knight stuff. And one Dark Knight should do us. Oh, sorry, Falgabard in this version. 5 items, no chests. So I don't want to buy anything here until we've gotten all the items wherever they are. Because we get some free equipment here. Oh, spells, actually. Oh, you know what? Because in the Famicom version, the Dark Knight could use low-level white magic, so they sell low-level white magic in this shop. So they took away his spellcasting ability, but they still had to have a magic shop here, so I guess they just, oh, let's put level 3 magic in the shop. Why not? There was some Dark Knight stuff in the vending machine, but I don't want to buy what I'm going to get for free. Because I'm not going to have 2 Dark Knights. I'm going to have 1. And then use a lot of Earthquake. So I can buy the same stuff here. There's a... Does this count as a different dungeon? Yeah, the Falgabard Cave. We've got 4 chests here. feel like we gotta find a path through the trees somewhere. Because we can get down to that little island over there somehow. I'm almost positive. It's a really good version of this song. I'm name dropping the ninja. I feel like I pushed against every tree now, though. I like the color scheme on the NPC ninjas, or Dark Knights, better than my own, though. You would have guessed behind the pillar, but there are 5 items to get, and I remember like an NPC who wanted to fight you. Before you went in the cave. The cave is a separate map. Once you go into the cave, you're no longer looking for these 5 items. You're now looking for the treasure boxes in the cave. Or is the cave a passage that goes up to like the top of this hill? I don't know. Oh, you know what? This is going to be darkness, isn't it? Cecil's like darkness attack. Checked all these trees. I thought. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we can't get up on top of the waterfall. But we can get down here. And then this guy will give me a sword if I fight him. Cool blade blitz, bro. What happens when you get punched for 1600 damage? You don't have any armor on? I haven't done an actual pixel by pixel comparison of the job sprites from multiple games yet. Yeah, here's some free armor. Let's run back to the airship real quick. That's all 5 items. Run back to the airship real quick, and you know, you can even see the break in the trees back there if you're paying close attention. I just don't feel like paying these guys further in, that's all. I kind of wish they still had their low-level magic, though. I liked that aspect of Dark Knights. Oh, look who didn't get revived, though. Inns do not revive you in this game. Alright, we good now. Oh, these caves are so annoying in the Famicom version, by the way. Like, as you can imagine, they're excruciating. This is so nice. They just walk through them now. Back attack. That's not what you want to see. Scram! Alright, so we've got 3 kinds of swords now. Like, the Ashura is just the weakest Dark Knight sword, and you don't want to equip it anyway, so we didn't. But our Black Belt and Thief are so high level, they're just as good as killing splitting monsters. It's fine. Free Demon Mail, which we don't need. I guess they assume you're going to want more than one Dick Knight in the party. But I don't. I only want one. Yeah, he's equipped. My man's caught up. In fact, Blade Blitz might be better compared with Blizzaga. Might take these guys out. We should try it. Oh, it's all the chests. We just come over here and look at this cool waterfall. Can't do anything with it. We just look at it. Alright, so this place is looted. We don't have a hat for you. Alright, we'll buy you a hat real quick. No hat for you. Dick Knight hats do not exist. I feel like we're probably strong enough to take on Odin now, honestly. Is there any hat you can equip anywhere? I guess not. Okay. So then, I think the next thing I want to do is this isn't required, it's just something that I like to do because I find it helpful in the long term. One of these Saronias has a chocobo stable in it. Really? Really? Y'all... Alright. Okay. You want to play, let's party. I'm not the one who picked this fight. Oh, can I not use these chocobos? Yeah, we can. Just can't talk to them from the ladder. So all we're going to do is travel back to... I guess there's a chocobo forest right here I also could have used. These little chocobo forests are not marked on the Famicom version. Final Fantasy IV always puts them in like a circular forest. There's a couple that aren't, but most of them are. So yeah, this little mark, I'm seeing chocobo forests where I never saw them before. But all this accomplishes now, if I want to do the like an airship transfer, I just park outside of Saronia. It's really easy to remember where I am. I have 3 casts of Protect now, but it wasn't really helping that much. But I want to try Odin again. I want to say that Knuckles and Claws are just unambiguously better than bare hands. You never want to go bare-fisted in this game. Ambushed? That doesn't seem fair. I feel like I'm a little behind on experience levels. Or maybe it's job levels that determine... No, it can't be job levels that determine spell charges, because my white mage would be way behind. But I feel we don't have any level 7 magic yet, and that's a little strange. Alright. Try this again, now with no Dragoon. Boost, attack, attack. Right out there with the Z-Sword. You got it, buddy. Okay. I don't know if this was a boost round or not. I'm going to boost again. Why not? Get Loris hasted. I am the Loris. I speak for the trees. No Z-Sword this round. So the low-level casters, the White Mage and Black Mage, are good up through level 7. Once we get the next caster level, though, that's when they can equip level 8 magic. the Z-Sword. So Claire is done. Because nobody's in dire need of healing here, I'm just going to try one Phoenix down on Claire and see if I can just get away with it. I might have gotten away with that. If I can pull Kiraga off now, this round. Ooh, did not. See, a haste wears off after a little while, which is not terrific, but it's what we have to work with. We're down to Kieran now. We're getting out some extra hits, and there he goes. Alright, so yeah, we just needed a couple more pieces of equipment, and to bring a Magic Knight instead of a Dragoon. Not a Magic Knight, a Dark Knight. They were called Magic Knights in one of the original fan translations. Obtained the summon magic Catastro. Oh, that's right. Summon magic in this game isn't called what it's called, which is hilarious. It's not named after the monster that it is. But yeah, here they are. So Chocobo is Escape, Shiva is Ison, Spark, Hetra, Hyper. Oh, and we got a full heal from that. Cool. So there's one item somewhere in this. Oh, we got it. It counts. The Odin spell counts. Even though we got the Odin spell in Saronia Castle, technically. My Dark Knight seems weak right now just because he's low level compared to my other jobs. My Black Belt and Thief have tons of job levels, so they're just much stronger. So each summon in this game actually casts one of 3 spells, and the way I believe it works is you've got this class called the Evoker that always casts like one version of the summon spell. Later we'll unlock a Summoner that randomly casts between one of 2 versions, and then later still we'll get a Sage, which always casts a more powerful 3rd version. I think that's how it breaks down. I don't actually think Summon Magic is very good in this game, so I'm not super enthusiastic about equipping Summon Magic, but once we have Sages in the party, we might see some. Speaking of summon magic, Lake Dur. 19 chests in Lake Dur. Another small difference I've noticed is in the Famicom version, it puts your strongest spells at the top, your lowest or your highest level spells at the top of your list, and you have to scroll down to get to the lower ones. In this version, it's the other way around. We could science the summoner later if we really want to find out exactly. But I don't think summon magic is very good in this game in general. Compared to just having a black mage that's able to do stuff like this. They might be better in this version, though. I wouldn't know. I'm probably better off using Doga here, but I've only got 3 of them. I got a boss coming up, so... I mean, now that I have a quick, fast version of this game to play that's not like a janky NES ROM hack, we might do some more experimental runs of this game down the road. This run, I'm just basically using the same job layout I always use, more or less. Having a full party heal on Evoker seems good, except if you only have a 50-50 chance of it to come out, and it doesn't, now you're in trouble. Lots of chests in here. These are all use items, though. I don't think there's any new equipment in here. Never mind, there's a hammer. Alright, we have like 19 of those reflective mails. There's way more of those in the game than you could equip. So these little side dungeons, they are optional, but I do think the game is balanced around you doing them. Like, I think if you do them when they open up, you get a lot of experience levels and stuff that you wouldn't have for the main story dungeons. Which are actually harder. The story dungeons of this game are a little harder than the side dungeons at this point. So the question is, do we want Hubert as a black mage or a white mage for the Leviathan fight? Kind of looking at what I have to work with here. I do have one Quake spell now. My boys hasted. Oh, we didn't go to Doga's village. I don't think we needed anything from there, but we didn't go, and I could have. Hubert's always a black mage at heart, even when he's a white mage. Inside, he knows the truth. Wow, Hubert survived that. I was not expecting him to survive that. I'm glad he did. Bligazah. It was almost a free round. That was barely worth considering. More powerful against Loris, because he's got much less magic defense. I think we just give Loris up for dead, actually. Never mind, Loris gets full experience for this fight. Not that difficult to boss, I guess. Leviathan. We could try Hubert as an evoker in the next story dungeon. That might be a thing worth trying out. He's got no job levels, but... Once again, I don't think this dungeon has any new equipment in it, but just a lot of use items. 13 chests. So Scholar could make a comeback at this point in the game if you really wanted. Let's try this out, actually. I think I'd rather get the big hit. You know what we could do? Turn him into an evoker now. Get him the job levels through this cave. Ooh, way more spell charges. He has a lot of uses of all of that, actually. And he looks really dippy on the map. I was not expecting that many spell charges. Let's try him out. Yeah, you know what? Sorry, no, we're going back to Dark Knight. Alright, we have 12 uses of everything and 1 of Leviathan. Let's just start with Titan and work our way down. Stomp. I mean, that was A damage. I'm not going to want to use Odin against the boss here. Surely not. Maybe I should try out Odin on some of these random encounters. Or we're going to see how good the healing is. That was 1700 damage. I think the thing to do here is scram. See about Ifrit. Poor Loris. That was decent. That was a decent hit right there. I'm down for that. I'm gonna burn up all our Phoenix Downs in here. Golem staff. Okay, I will save Odin for the boss then. Okay, that worked. Whatever that was. Must be hitting a weakness with Orichalcum or something with that thief. Blitz is still standing. He's the man. Let's do that again. Oh yeah, air knife, not Orichalcum. These are flying monsters. Anything with wings takes big damage from... Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure Bahamut does here. I don't think I want this, surely. No, I've already got one, and Kiku Ikimonji is better. I didn't know stepping on this square would... Okay, it didn't trigger an unskippable cutscene dragging me out of the fight. Alright. The man himself. Okay. I'm not sure how helpful that was. That didn't do anything. Odin seems like it might have been very helpful, actually. Is the other Odin attack an actual attack? Let's find out. There was big... Wow, Bahamut must count as a flying monster then, because that air knife was just real good right there. Alright, can we get this heal? Nope. Seems legit. We'll probably have to go back to White Mage then. I don't think we get through this fight without... I don't know what Leviathan was supposed to do. It said Demon Ice. I'm assuming it was going to be a petrification attack. But I'm not certain. Also go back to Scholar, actually. So we have all these good... I wonder if Quake hits Bahamut. Probably not, right? Because we have 7 shots of intense damage that gets duplicated as a Scholar. Or doubled as a Scholar. Going with a White Mage for now. Loris as a Scholar might be a good option for this fight, honestly. A back row Scholar. Right now Loris is dead. The most deadness. We'll try to get him back up. I don't think it's going to be very useful. Maybe, if we get this Kiraga off next round. "23 hits is pretty ridiculous, however you slice it. Loris might survive. No, he won't survive Mega Flare. Hyper is Titan. Titan just shows up and punches the guy. Which is cool, but not what we need for this fight. I'm going to try Loris as a Scholar. I want to see Rama do something. Nothing. Cool. Yeah, this is why I don't use Evoker. Just waste rounds. Waste rounds doing nothing. Okay, we're gonna make you a white mage. We're gonna make you a scholar. Oh, we don't have any equipment for, or weapons for him, but we do have armor, which is fine. You can go in the back row. I don't think there are wind attack. Oh no, I do have a wind attack item. I have a tornado item. Boost, attack, alchemy. What can you can buff. You can buff the tornado. Cool. And you can start by getting my thief hasted. Alright, this is already going better. You know what? Actually, I'm going to play this safer. Because I want you to get haste out this round, and I don't want Glitz to die. Glitz is dead. So there's going to be an element of luck here in getting our people hasted without anybody dying, which is going to require him to attack in certain rounds. Instead of using Mega Flare. Haste increases the number of hits you do. I do not know why Chocobo's Wrath casts Flare, but it does, and I'm not going to complain. Also, he has pretty good magic defense, it seems like. Let's try in... Oh, this must be holy, right? I'll use holy. Ugh. Bahamut's weak or strong against holy. Who would have thought? What else we got? We got... looks like Thundaga happening here. So if Glitz had survived that second round, this fight would almost certainly be over by now. Because we would have had Glitz's damage on top of everything we've done. And no more Kiraga. No, Phoenix down brings somebody back at critical health. He would be at very low health. Hubert's got it, guys. Don't worry. That 11 damage, that was going to get us there. So we just need to get a version of this fight where my thief does not get knocked out on the second round. I don't think there's level 4 magic, no. Because Faraga is a level 6 spell, and then level 7 your attack spell is Quake, then level 8 it's Flare. I'm going to take 2 minutes and step away, guys. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. But I need to go hit the head and get myself a new fizzy drink. This one is cached, so I'll see you in 2 minutes. All right. Where were we? And if you think replaying this floor every time we lose to Bahamut is annoying, other versions of the game have you replaying the whole dungeon, so just keep that in mind. I still have 2 wind spears, yeah. Oh, 2 wind spears jumping against Bahamut would be pretty amazing, I guess. Alright, we need Claire and Glitz to survive here while Hubert is casting haste. I could use Loris to also cast haste on round 1 if I were so inclined, I suppose. Okay, that's a good hit. I'll eat that. So even if he Mega Flares, I should survive this. Should be okay, and then hopefully Kiraga comes out before Mega Flare next round. Come on, Hubert. Be the black mage we need. There we go. Everybody's favorite black magic spell, Kiraga. The White Musk didn't actually do anything, so... How much can we get from Drain, I wonder? Do some intense ice damage. 21 hits, I like it. Intense thunder damage was better. It's random when you act in combat. It's completely random. I don't think any of your stats affect when in a combat round you act. It's just up to the RNG gods. Oh, that Mega Flare came out too early. What are some other options here? We could try Dragoon here with 2 Wind Spears. No, turn order in this game works absolutely nothing like Final Fantasy X. It's not even comparable. You know what? No, we're just gonna scram from these monsters. In Final Fantasy X, faster characters get more actions. In this game, every actor gets the exact same number of actions. You can't do anything to get more than 1 action per combat round in this game. Yeah, job level on the White Mage would, like a full heal every round would be nice. Agility might play a role in determining like how likely it is you act earlier in a round, but there's absolutely nothing you can do to ensure that the fastest actor always acts before the slowest actor. The random component in this game, it works the same way in Final Fantasy 1, I'm pretty sure. Final Fantasy 1 might be purely random. Not sure. But there's nothing you can do to guarantee that a character will act before an enemy or another character in this game. Okay, so this way I only have to haste once instead of twice. Let's see what Claire can do here. We gotta get lucky with Kiraga now. Dragoon might be helpful here by just jumping over Mega Flares. Okay, I'm into that. Definitely into that. Ugh, early Mega Flare. I think we're wiped. That was an unlucky fight. But yeah, I'm into that 4,000 damage jump. We got him. Take him down. 37 damage. We got him, guys. I'd have to actually sit down and do a comparison, like how early in the round do these two characters act with high agility versus these two with low agility. But you can also see lots of rounds where my white mage acts first. So there's just not much you can do about it. Loris has more job levels in Dragoon, but he's also my only character that has job levels in Scholar. That opening Mega Flare. I think he's only got two actions. He can either attack or he can Mega Flare. And if we see Mega Flare before Kiraga, we're just done here. Glitz can heal himself a little bit. Okay, so we're good for this round at least. I was hoping that Mega Flare would come out before Claire landed. Wishful thinking. So Glitz will survive a Mega Flare here, but I can't speak to everybody else. So now Claire is in big danger. Well, no more than anybody else. Claire is at half health as well. I think we go directly to the Heavenly Wrath was our best bet, I think. Oh good, Claire gets targeted even if he was in the air. That's good. This is going well right now. As long as we don't get an opening Mega Flare next turn. What happened with the damage there, Loris? What are you doing, my buddy? You were doing really good damage there for a while. No more Kiragas. Nice! It came down to pretty much the very last attack. We couldn't have survived one more round. We were out of Kiraga. So good. Great and good. Everybody gets experience for that. Obtain Summon Magic Bomber. Oops, I don't need to have that volume turned up. Michael, thank you for the Kupo chat. So, on this screen, it says $20 Canadian, but on this screen, it says $16 US. So, this screen does not do the conversion, and this screen does. Either way, very generous of you. Thank you very much. Cool. We were a Dark Knight, yes? And you were... Almost turned him back into a monk. Oh, he was never a monk. Actually... Oh, you can't use the Protect Ring. Okay, fair enough. I want you to have Power Bracers, I think. And you have the Protect Ring. So I can't cast Bahamut because I don't have the level 8 charge. Actually... So, his spell slots are white, not gray. So I think once Hubert gets a level 8 spell slot, he could cast Bahamut. If I turn him into a black mage, though... Let me make sure that I have this right. You need to be in the front row, first of all. Alright, turn him into a white mage, right? So do that. Oh, I guess, yeah, the spell charges are still white. So maybe you can use white magic, not sure. Look at some evoker levels going back through the cave here. Although switching to white mage ate up most of my slots, but that's fine. So we now know Bahamut. And that should be it for the treasures here. Yeah. Cannot teleport out of this cave, though, because it'll just teleport us back to where we fought Bahamut, so... Ambushed? That doesn't seem fair. Alright, let's get that heal spell. That'd be a good time to see it. I couldn't swear that it ever actually was gray. I might have just been seeing things. Who knows? But yeah, good call on those wind spears for Bahamut. Oh, how much does this heal for? 5 hundo? It's about a Kuraga's worth, I guess. Alright, replenish the high potions. Where am I going? Like, there's a Chocobo Forest here. And there's a Chocobo Forest on the other side, over here. 2 Chocobo Forests, pretty much right next door to each other. I kind of wish there was, like, underwater stuff to do up here. Like, instead of Leviathan being in a weird cave, like, put it in an underwater cave. We want to go to Doga's village. Oh, we don't get there with the Invincible. We get there with the... We could have gotten there earlier then. I thought you need the Invincible to get to Doga's village. No, you need the Nautilus. Oh, you're right. Those aren't Chocobo Forests. There's the ferry place, and then north of that is... Or south of that is the little... What is it? Tokol, the gnome village. Kagura. Would love to summon Bahamut here. I'm going to summon Odin. Yeah, man, I gotta say, I'm not feeling the Evoker. It's just... What's he even doing with his life? Titan might be good, but... I think I'd rather just have the Black Mage doing multi-target damage. Any items here? No, just lots and lots of spell shops. So we can buy... So there's all the summon spells. Kiraga, Raise, and Protect, which we already have all those. Well, the ones that we want anyway. More Kiraga, more Raise. Don't need any of these. We definitely want to buy Kiraja. Actually, we want 2 Kirajas. And I'm okay on the rest of these, I think. Can always come back later if we do want them. Level 4 magic, not interested in. And old level 3 magic, not interested in. Okay. Eventually, Loris is going to be our second caster again. The day will come. And I think that's it for underwater. Yeah, Odin was putting Protect, not Mega Flare. Which wasn't not helpful. You just switch airships so often in this game, like flying back and forth between like Doga's village and stuff. To me, it's just helpful to have them both in the same location, very easily obtained. Otherwise, you're flying all the way back to like the entrance of the ancient labyrinth, I think it's called. Alright, now to the stupidest part of this or any world map in any Final Fantasy game ever released. It's so dumb. I can't imagine why this particular mechanic was left out of every other Final Fantasy game. Like, they did this once and they're like, oh man, we should never do that again, ever. Just look how dumb the map looks. Like, just, these mountains are awful. Oh, our ship has artillery, by the way, which is not very damaging, but it's pretty funny. Was it reflect? And it still wasn't helpful. Oh, come on. I wasn't lined up properly here. There we go. I forget which one of these I gotta go down. We'll try this one. Nope, it's the middle one. Why not just make the Invincible able to fly over mountains, right? Well, because then you could fly to the final dungeon, but come up with some other contrivance to keep you from flying directly to the final dungeon, you know? I'm gonna recharge my, what, 2 spell charges that I used? Oh, right, the most obnoxious dungeon in the game, but it'll be a lot better on this version because we'll be able to see the passages as we go. 9 chests, 2 items. Ooh, and it's a bone dungeon like it is in the 3D version. Gonna be using a lot of Blizzaga in here. I like the original idea of like an airship that can't fly over mountains is fine. Like especially in the very first chapter of the game where you have to use the airship to bust that boulder up. But yeah, why did I attack with Hubert? That wasn't smart. Just flying to this dungeon is just ridiculous. It just looks really stupid. I'm just against anything that just looks stupid, just in general. So just in case you didn't find Falgabard, this guy gives you a dark sword. Just in case. How are they going to handle thieves in Final Fantasy V if you can just see the secret passages once you step into them? Probably you'll just be able to see them without stepping into them, would be my guess. Tranquilizer? They don't do it in Final Fantasy II? Why would they? Why would anything in Final Fantasy II ever be even remotely user-friendly? In 30 years, they haven't added any quality of life improvements to Final Fantasy II. Why would they start now? That game is just destined to suck forever. Yeah, please fire the one guy who couldn't survive it. Thank you. Back attack. We don't mess with back attacks, kids. Even front row Hubert is not taking a lot of damage. Flee, scram. We out. There's a ton of quality of life things in Final Fantasy II. Name 14 of them. But I really hope this secret passage thing at least makes it into Final Fantasy IV. That would be very nice. I mean, it's super nice here. Oh, I don't mean to... I didn't mean to auto-battle there. I guess it's okay. Is 14 a ton? No, but I think if you have a ton of anything, you have 14 of it for sure. So where does this even go? Just nowhere. Secret passages is useless. The dungeon is pretty bad, but it's not like unplayably bad, even on the Famicom version. It's just, it's silly, honestly, is the best word for it. It's silly. And it's very long, as I recall. We might be doing this dungeon in 2 trips, depending on how my spell charges hold out. Oh, it's a doorway. Ha, that's not, that doesn't go nowhere. Oh, this floor here, though. I think we need to go down here. Yeah. Cave of Shadows. Got half the chests already. I feel like Blizzaga is actually doing some good work for us here. We have a chest here. We have to actually step in one of the passages. They just loop around. Cool. The other one might be a door. We'll know when we get to the end, then we're missing chests. Hi, potion. Ooh, another Kiku. Will do. Alright, so we're just going with the middle path down here. The little notches in the wall that indicate where the secret passage starts, those are on the Famicom version. So you have that at least. You are not flying completely blind. So I've got 4 Thundergas. Oh, that Megan did not divide. If the SNES soundtracks get an increase in quality comparable to the ones we've heard in 1 and 3, then I'm 100% on board. I'm very excited specifically for the battle music in Final Fantasy VI. Because if you played the SNES version of that game, the synthesizer, like, it sounds like it's supposed to be a guitar song, but the synthesizer on the SNES just isn't up to it. So it doesn't really sound like a guitar. It's still a good song, but it doesn't sound like it's being played on electric guitar like this music here is. So it's got me really jazzed for that battle music in particular. The boss music in Final Fantasy IV is also a personal favorite of mine, so I'm always happy to hear that. And Final Fantasy V's soundtrack is just not good on the SNES or the GBA. Less because the songs aren't good, but more because, like, just the instrumentation, again, the synthesizer, the sampling they use, aren't really good. Like, there's this blurt trumpet that gets used everywhere in Final Fantasy V. So I'm very excited to see if Final Fantasy V gets a really good soundtrack or not. We'll see. I haven't heard 2's yet, so I could not speak to Final Fantasy II's soundtrack. The Final Fantasy I music was really nice to hear, but this music, like, I went into just the music player in 3. I'm like, I'm not ready to play Final Fantasy 3 yet, but I just want to hear the music. And then as soon as I listen to the music, I'm like, nope, time to play Final Fantasy 3. We gots to. Out of Thunderga and down to Firaga. We have some elixirs we can throw, actually. I might use an elixir here to stretch Hubert's spell charges. I even said on Twitter the other day, I'm like, so everything else in the remaster is just like window dressing for the remade soundtracks. Is that how it works? That's how good I think these soundtracks are. I think most of the tracks in Final Fantasy V have that fault. The battle music in Final Fantasy V, it's okay, but it's very short, so it loops very quickly. Battle on the Big Bridge is a legendary song, but Final Fantasy V has the worst version of it in the series. The, oh, there's a hat. Finally, a hat for my man. The, Victory Fanfare. If you listen to the SNES or GBA version, you can just hear that trumpet blaring. And then some of the area music in Final Fantasy V is just not good. Like when you go to... What's the name of the town? Maybe it's in Carwin. But there's one of the town musics is just awful. I don't know how it made it into the game. And then the music where you're like I think it's just called a hurry up, like when you're escaping something, and it's just like these 8 blurty notes that just oscillate back and forth on a 12-second loop, and you listen to it for 10 minutes as you're escaping Karnak Castle, picking up all your treasures and stuff. It's just not a great soundtrack, but I'm interested to hear the remaster of it. Because I think all you need to do to improve the soundtrack across the board is just have better instrumentation. And then one Quake, and then I think I'll pop an Elixir here. I thought about that. Like, there's no reason they couldn't do, like, a full opera performance, except for how many languages we're trying to support. Like, obviously, I don't think they're going to do it like a full voice-acted opera in 6 different languages in a game that they're selling for like $11 or whatever it is. But I thought about that. Like, that's definitely something they could do. I need 2 more chests here. There's one. I didn't use my Elixir. Okay, just, no, you know what? We've got some of these we can use. We can use an Earth Drum. Yeah, let's do it. That's a different Quake animation, isn't it? That's not the same Quake animation we've been seeing. I think at minimum you'd have to do it in Japanese and English. Like, at minimum. Oh, this is a mean floor. Look how this is laid out. Like, yeah, you can see the exit over the goal over there, but you can't actually reach it from that direction. New armor for you, boy. If they did the whole opera in Italian, that's fine, but I don't associate opera with, like, the Japanese language, so hearing Japanese in an opera would be very strange. And same with English, but at least English I can understand. And also, remember, the opera scene has gameplay relevance. Like, you have to read the score and know what lines are coming, so you'd be putting the lines in for the language you do understand, whatever language you're playing in, and then hearing the vocals in a different language might be too jarring of an experience. Or not, I don't know. I'm not a super big fan of the opera scene in general. Or just wordless singing would also work. Yeah, like just beep speech kind of stuff. I got all my Blizzagas back. And we are down 1 box, so we're going to have to leave this dungeon and then try it again. I think what I called a dead end earlier was actually a path to a treasure room. Honestly, I was a little put off when I completed World of Final Fantasy and the vocal track at the end of that game wasn't in English. Because it's been a long time since Square Enix, because they used to do it a lot, release games that have vocal tracks that are only in Japanese. But for a good stretch of years, they've been doing them in English, in the English releases at least. I couldn't speak to other language releases, but... So I'd gotten used to it, and then I played World of Final Fantasy, and it's just in Japanese, even though was like a AAA game that they... I don't know that I call World of Final Fantasy like a mainline Final Fantasy title. Maybe it would... Maybe it's fair that they didn't. I don't know. Alright, there's a boss here, I do believe. Something attacks the party. It's this guy! It's Vanille's summon spell from 13. They're gonna go with Son of a Sandworm, almost certainly. Sandworm is the better line. I know it pains people, but it really is. It's more appropriate for the scene and the person that Kefka is talking about. As far as we know, submarines don't exist in that world. Pretty sure Claire's gonna die here. Never mind. Son of a Submariner is everybody's favorite line, but Son of a Sandworm is the better line in the script. And as far as... I am missing one chest, so... I'm betting I know where it is. No, he only has 2 hands. I don't know why that monster is called that. You should just call him Thunder Thighs. That's right. Yeah, we're missing 1 chest, and it's got to be in the spot where the place is. Loris has gotten enough levels in Dark Knight now that he's starting to kick a fair amount of ass. I expect the Pixel Remaster will probably use the same localization as 6 Advance does. Unless I missed an announcement that they're relocalizing all of these games, which might be the case. Do I have all 4 fangs now? I think we do. Yeah. Alright, which way are we going? We're going south. Not a back attack. We do not mess around with back attacks, kids. No sir, buddy. So in here, last treasure. Oh, they make you work for this one. Some of these enemy names are pretty weird too. I don't know what a gap is. That, apparently. Well, no, the guy I killed. This is a Silenus. Silenus. Gloves for your boy. All right. Hopefully we don't ever have to come back to this dungeon again, because that is... We're going to fly away from this dungeon. I don't know why they do 300 damage of artillery fire. Like, 300 damage isn't worth anything against these monsters. Thief is. Well, I guess if they've only got like 1,500 hit points, technically 300 damage is, like, okay. Oops, wrong way. Technically, I think the Doga and Unne fight might be optional. I don't think there's anything stopping us from going to the final boss right now, in theory at least. We couldn't go through Eureka, so we wouldn't win against the final boss. But I think we can just go straight up here now. Oh, do we actually have to walk through? Let's save in case this is a game over all of a sudden. It wasn't earlier, but... Yeah, we just gotta walk through these guys. With the 4 fangs. So in Final Fantasy III on the Famicom, you had limited inventory space. You could only carry like 30 items. That includes all of your key items, all of your restoratives, and all of your equipment as well that you don't currently have equipped. So you were constantly swapping back and forth, putting stuff into your chocobo and getting it back out. So you get the first of those 4 fangs super early in the game, and it just eats up inventory space the entire game. I don't want to go into the Crystal Tower yet. I just want to go into the Labyrinth. I just want to get to the Earth Crystal. I think there should be monsters around here that the artillery is strong enough to just one-shot. So you trigger the battle, and then the enemy just gets killed by your firebombing. And then you're immediately on your way. So this game has 4 final dungeons. One after the other. And it's a significant chunk of the game. Like, it's almost fair to think of the game in, like, 4 quarters. Like, you've got the floating continent, and then, like, the first half of the big continent, like, everything up until you get the Nautilus. Then the second half of the big continent, and then the final dungeons are kind of like a new world all unto themselves. They're enormous. They're very long. There's no save point after you get through the first part of it. But I don't think I need Doga and Unne to get just inside of this labyrinth. This labyrinth was very cool looking. The Ancient's Maze is very cool looking in the 3D version. I like it a lot. Like the floors and stuff are made out of moving panels. Oh no, we're gonna be swallowed by darkness. It's this guy again. No, it's a different guy. Oh, this is Titan. We could summon Titan at him and show him what Titan really is. I'm gonna Quake Titan. It's a good question. Who is our artillery man? Like, who's doing the work? I should boost. We are not doing a lot of damage to this guy. This might be a white mage fight, because we're just going to keep eating quakes. The same guy restocks the vending machine and works as our artillery guy. Actually, you're better off. You were the one doing the least damage, I think. Yeah, we just need to white mage it in this fight. It'll be all right. Flare, 500 damage. That is not a lot of damage on Flare, my dude. Sure. Oh, never mind. Got him. This is almost surely a one-hit kill. Oh, not quite. This will be. We're done. We're done. Oh, Loris couldn't pull it out. It just wasn't in there. It just was not inside. Not inside him. Yeah, go white mage. Do I have enough to go scholar again, actually? Scholar black mage might be the jam. So Loris could heal 1,000 hit points, and Hubert could still do some damage. No, I want Mage Card, I want haste. So yeah, let's do Scholar White Mage. They have like 4 shadows on the map, and I only get attacked by 1 Titan. I wonder what the haps is there. Yeah, we got all this intense damage we can do to him. We'll try it. My understanding is that Final Fantasy XIV takes stuff from all over the series. Should I chance my second haste here? I'm gonna, because Glitz can heal himself. Like that. And then I can Curaja here. I got lots more healing than I did when I was fighting Bahamut. Oh, it's Titan and then, well... He only has a 3-pack then? Or does, like, the base Titan come with abs, but it's missing 3? Like, I'm not sure how the logistics of this... What exactly you are suggesting. That's not good. This fight's just Bahamut again. That's all that's happening here. So if the Phoenix Down used by the Scholar like was a full heal on top of a revive, we'd see it in green on this menu. They highlight in green everything he's going to get the double effect out of. Good. So we might get Claire back up if Hubert hustles next round. Fair. That's actually really good. The final areas of Final Fantasy III, everything from the start of the Ancient Maze to the end of the game is epic. Like, absolutely epic. It's not to everybody's taste because it's very long and it's fairly difficult. And the last stretch of the game ends with the hardest boss in the game by far. And it's legendary because if you get killed by a boss at that point, you've got to replay huge amounts of the dungeon. But it's absolutely legendary. So it does not surprise me that when they were doing like a Final Fantasy III homage in 14, they're just like, let's just take the whole end of the game, like all of it. Why not? What do I have left? I can Quake him. Okay, let's Quake him. Yeah, because the stuff up here is not going to be worth it. Try Holy. Boom. Ow. I could have sworn he was going to survive that. He's been taking very little damage from the Quake and Flare spells until now. Oh, Loris misses out. No XP for Loris. So we got the 3 upgraded caster jobs now. Alrighty then. Let's just leave here because we're dead anyway. I think you could draw a lot of parallels between this and Metal Gear 2. That makes a lot of sense to me. Oh yeah, you're still dead. Wait a minute, hold on. I bought Raise, didn't I? I did. Level 5. I'll just get rid of Hyper, like... Oh, righty then. Summoner, Devout, and Magus. So it's not a Warlock, it's a Magus. Fair enough. You know what? We're going to stick with what we know for now. But for Hubert, I think we want to try out the Summoner. We have no casts of Bahamut. Still looks pretty goofy. Not gonna lie. Oh, Loris is still in the back row. Sage is a pure upgrade in the Famicom version. In the 3D version, Sage... How do they balance it? I think it doesn't get nearly as many spell charges. I think is correct. Oh, we need to go to Saronia up here. Does have an anchor on his robe. I wonder why. I want to see one summon spell come out and do a bunch of damage. That's all I want. So now we've got the big boy summons. There we go. None of the games, as far as we know, are going to have any of the bonus content as far as extra dungeons and bosses and things, unfortunately. Oh, there's 6 chests here, and I don't think we can return to this dungeon either. Once we're done here, we're done. Chocobo kick! Get him! Get him! I feel like they should make that spell at least as powerful as... like, comparable to a regular attack for this point in the game. 2 chests on this floor. We're gonna summon Odin. Do it. Got him. Such a good song. Oh, here's Cyclopses. They were Kyclopses earlier, but now we've got Cyclopses. So that answers that question. I still want to get a repro cart of the Final Fantasy III, the NES repro cart of. There's a fan translation of the ROM. It's a good local. It's a good translation. They did a good job with it. It's a totally playable version of the game. It's in more or less understandable English. It's fine. I just think it'd be cool to have the actual cartridge. Not Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II can suck a nut. And I already have Final Fantasy V. Nice. So the 2 items we're going to get here are the Crystal Key and the Eureka Key, I think. So currently a bunch of people who want to switch your PS4 version of these remasters are going on Steam and just review bombing the game, like leaving the game bad reviews because it's not on the machine they want to play it on. Which I don't think is very nice. I like this map. I like just... They have cool water effects in these remasters. I don't think I can name another pixel game I've played that has water that looks like this style. I have, at this point, I've got every Final Fantasy game except for the 13 trilogy on Steam, I think. Do I have all of them? 1, 2, 3... Well, I don't have 4, 5, or 6 yet. They're coming. 7, 2 versions of 8, 9, 10 and 10-2, 11, although I'll never play 11 again. I haven't installed Zodiac Age, but I do own it. And 15, so yeah, just missing the 13 trilogy. And 14, but I'm not going to play that either. Summon Leviathan! Obviously, I think their main target market was mobile games with this, was phones and things. I think that's just very obvious considering how they've come out. And I don't think I can fault them for that. I think that's probably the safest way to have done it. They're going to get more people playing this on mobile than any other platform, whatever they choose to release it on. Almost for a certainty. The Final Fantasy VI Advance ROM has a music fix that I think I've been using for a few years now. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how it works or anything, but it's there. Whether or not that actually solves your issues with the game's music, I'm not sure. But he went down pretty quick. That's my preferred version of Final Fantasy VI, just because I love that game's added content. The stuff like with Gilgamesh and Leviathan, little side quests they add to the World of Ruin. It's probably the only bonus content in the Advance games that don't feel like they're tacked on. It feels like that content could have been in the game all along. Ooh, I feel like in the 3D version we get a heal before this fight. You're gonna high potion. You're gonna high potion. You're gonna Leviathan again. This is what Unne looks like under her hat, by the way. I guess we'll try to get Loris up. I don't think she can actually kill Glitz. I'm sorry, was that 5,000 damage, or did I blink and see the wrong number? Did Claire just punch Unne in the face for 5,000 damage? I have to look over at the replay. Oh, get holy, nerd. You dead. That's it for you. I'm just going to attack from here, because I think we must be getting close to the end of this fight. Baby does got back. I don't think I've ever... Well, you know what? The only other version of this game I could compare it to would be the NES version, which probably the sprite wasn't this detailed, so you couldn't notice the badonk. And then the 3D version, where you're only seeing her from the front, so you don't get a good look at the badonk. Didn't know Unne was packing junk under her robes. So Doga and Unne would have been immortal, but they have to sacrifice themselves in order to open up the dungeon so we can go in. Get all the best equipment and stuff, and then beat the game. So there is kind of like a poetic justice here, where Noah only gave mortality to one of his students who didn't ever want to die, and then the other two, after he like throws a hissy fit, the only way to stop them is through their deaths. You know what? I'm going to stay as a summoner. I am okay with that. Loris is still dead. Zandy, I mean, he kind of already is a freaky monster. Like, his just normal human form is kind of a freaky monster form. I need more high potions. About 10 more of these. Yeah, the Dark Knight's Death Sprite is pretty good. I mean, he's still a black mage at heart, though, so... So, all that's left is the final dungeon, but this game has more final dungeon than any other Final Fantasy game. I'm gonna miss my thief, dude. When it's time to change these boys into ninjas, it's gonna be a sad day. Like, the final dungeons, there's 4 of them in this game, and they might be all, like, if you add them all together, in terms of, like, the content, the number of battles even you might get into while exploring them and getting all the treasure out, like, just the final dungeons in this game might be as big as the entire floating continent section of the game. There really is that much to it. So step 1 is getting through this maze. There are 15 chests in the maze, and we're probably going to be going through this maze a few times because we probably will have to come back out of the dungeon at some point. Look at this battle background. What are these bricks? The bricks are like have a wave pattern to them. They should have animated that. That'll look cool. Actually, I'm better off just petrifying these guys if I can. Fine, kill Hubert. Who cares? Who even cares? I didn't mean to attack with Hubert there. I wanted to cast a spell. Oh well. So see what kind of damage Shiva does and then work our way down. This is a gigantic floor. So we want to go up first. That's fair enough. Crystal... Oh, nobody's going to wear crystal mail in this party. Oh, I guess you are. Never mind. I stand corrected. Oh, I don't like you because I've got to switch away from my Orichalcum to this boomerang. Yeah, the game gave me Hubert both times. Most of the names in their like auto name library were dumb, so we were kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel on this one. Oh, it's the king. Oh, I forgot to give his Orichalcum back. Can't teleport out of this dungeon either. You can, but it takes you back to whichever entrance you came from. So if you're going to the Crystal Tower or back to your airship from the Crystal Tower, you always have to traverse this dungeon. It's not always going to take this long because we're getting all the treasure on this run, but... I usually end up going back and forth a couple of times. Alright, this guy's still alive, which is a little perturbing. Let's pull out one of the big guns. Finally! Lots of job levels for that battle, at least. Not even played with Bard. My victory music is gone again. Whoa, what did you equip? You can wear diamond gloves, huh? I'm okay with that, actually. A few points of defense is probably for the best. Either side? Yeah, there's chests on both sides. Gotta farm up 4 full suits of onion gear. No, we're not gonna do that. An Omni Rod. I mean, it's good to have. I don't know whether that means it boosts the elemental summon spells or not, though. Wow, 1 round Thanatos. That's not bad. Unne's clone. The clones are here already. Yeah, my victory fanfare just peaced out. How great is this demon, I wonder? Probably don't want to use fire magic against him. I'm going to use ice magic against him. Ah, Protect Ring. I like it. I've got a nice little cache of elixirs that I'm probably only going to use to refill MP. Most likely. We're going to spend, like, all of this money we have, we're going to pretty much just dump into shurikens. Once the opportunity presents itself. Maybe magic, too, because we might want multiple copies of Flare and stuff like that. Hellish Claws. Yeah. Speaking of Hellish Claws... I think we better just peace out of this fight. Scram! People might have started dropping there, and then it would have just been a bad scene all around. Alright, so that's the end of the first final dungeon. Oh, I didn't mean to flee again. Oh well. Too late now. But I want to go to Eureka first. Which I think is the... I think it's the door in the back. Maybe it's this door. Okay, this is Eureka. This is where we want to go first. So Doga and Unne are not optional fights, because you do need it to get into the back half of the Crystal Tower. Who's Koopoing while I'm trying to enjoy the music? Oh, it's Narisham. With $20, owns the super chat. Thank you, Narisham. Now if I can get back to enjoying the Eureka music. Seems pretty standard. Seems pretty standard to me. Eureka has 19 chests and 5 items, as well as item and magic shops. Alright, let's get to work. My battle music is gone. Who did it? Hubert tipped $5? Where did Hubert get $5? Is Hubert moonlighting? Okay. I don't want to play without battle music. The battle music's too rad, yo. The screen's staying awful black here. I think the game is crashing. Let's let's reboot it. Why not? I currently have 2 friends playing Final Fantasy 1, 1 friend on Steam playing Final Fantasy 3, and no friends playing Final Fantasy 2, because why would you play Final Fantasy 2? That's just ridiculous. I think the worst bug I've heard in the remasters was Eureka was talking about bards forgetting songs. I have been playing for like 5 hours, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see if my music is back. Oh, you know what I haven't checked yet today? I'm not sure if we're playing Final Fantasy V tomorrow or not yet. Over on the Let's Racing Time channel, we've been doing the Final Fantasy V 4-job fiesta. I'm not sure if we're playing tomorrow or not. I don't think we've seen Rama yet. Uh-oh, here come the cum-cums. The quum-quums? Coom-cooms? I don't like them in any event. Ooh, that was 1,400 damage on that Faraga. Zodiac Age might be the best remake in the series. Honestly. Zodiac Age is an incredibly good port. Whatever they are, they face-planted Loris, so we don't like them. Fortunately, I've got tons of Phoenix Downs. Alright, let's try this again, now with more battle music. I think I've got 3 Protect Rings right now. I think Loris is the only one without one. Yeah, he's doesn't... Not one of the cool kids with Protect Rings. Or maybe I have a 4th one and you can't equip it. Maybe that was the case. The only Dragon Quest game I love is Dragon Quest IV. There's been a couple other ones that I thought were okay, but 4 is the only one that I really enjoyed. To the point where I've played multiple versions of it multiple times. So if you've never played a Dragon Quest game, my recommendation is to start with 4. We tried playing 6 once, and it did not go well. Dragon Quest 6. Oof. I think we did like a 4 or 5 hour stream, and didn't get anywhere in the game. Like, we were still, like, firmly in the prologue. Alright, so there's one chest here to get. I also played Dragon Quest IV when I was a kid on the NES, so I have like a level of nostalgia for it that I don't for any other Dragon Quest game. I've heard 5 is very, very good, but I haven't played it. And I don't like any of the first 3. 1, 2, or 3. I don't have any use for those. Ninjas, more like nanjas. Let's not play around with the monster box, though. How about that? I mean, only 700 damage on that Leviathan, though. How about you heal this poison? I don't have any plans to play Dragon Quest V at any point. It's basically going to be Final Fantasy games for the next year and a half, maybe. A ribbon! Okay. Well, first things first, let's pop some eye drops. And maybe a high potion or 2. I think we'll go on our thief for now. I couldn't even imagine trying to play a game on my DS right now. Last DS game I played was actually the remake of Final Fantasy Legend 2. I played that... I played it to complete. I finished it, I think. I needed art assets from it. And I enjoyed it greatly. I thought it was a very good remake. mean, the only Final Fantasy game I have on Switch is the Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition, which I haven't played. But it's there. I have it. We're going to have to restock high potions here before too much longer. I don't know if we want to go left or right first. Let's go right first. Why not? Nope, we wanted to go left first. So there are actually 5 ribbons in the game. There's the one we just picked up. The other 4 are in just the final dungeon area. Like the final dungeon. Like the Land of No Return dungeon. I think instead of playing like 4 different Metroid games, my recommendation would just be to play Super Metroid 4 times. Seems like a better time to me. Or Metroid Randomizer. I did a pretty good Super Metroid Zelda 3 combination randomizer run the other day. It got pretty trolly. I enjoyed it. It took like 5 hours. I like a good trolley randomizer, though. Like, what's the point of a randomizer if you're not going to get trolled? I think the only final dungeon that might be comparable to this would be the Pharos in 12. The Pharos is enormous, and it's got huge sections, and each one has like its own little gimmick you have to learn to traverse the whole dungeon. And there's a big like optional area underneath it filled with stuff. The Pharos probably, the first time I did it, probably took me as long as the first time all of these final dungeons did. Except there's more save points along the way. You get more save points and recharge points. I wish 6's final dungeon, like, it's really cool, but I wish there was a better way to manage 3 full parties and all their equipment and everything. Like, I feel I always spend like 15 minutes just equipping all those characters. Narshan, thanks for the Kupo chat. So, I don't know about me streaming it anytime soon, but I've been trying on Let's Racing Time to get 4 people together to do an SMZ3 multi-world. Which would take like 6 hours and be a huge time commitment, I realize, but I've done a 2 and a 3-player multi-world and enjoyed both of them. But I think like a 4-player Let's Racing Time, SMZ3, Key Sanity multi-world. Like, that's what I want for Christmas this year, guys. I think there's only one person in the Let's Racing Time channel, though, that knows multi-world well enough. So other people would probably have to learn it before committing to something like that. I've seen people like doing like 100+ player multi-worlds. Like, it's been done before. And the way it works is like if you drop out or disconnect, like all the items in your seed, in your game, are just immediately given away. So nobody gets like screwed out of their content, out of their progression. I'm impressed with this summoner. I've never been big on summon magic in Final Fantasy III, but I'm into this summoner right now. I gotta say. I think like the Link to the Past, the best way to learn it is to just do the rando and use a tracker, and you just get acclimated to it. I didn't ever think I would learn Link to the Past, but it only took me a couple of runs. And then I was randoing like a pro. This friggin' guy. I used to play Final Fantasy games like that where I'd only use like one group of characters for the whole game, but over the past, I don't know, 10 or 15 years or so, I've branched out. Now I like to use all the characters. All the good characters. I wouldn't want to use a bad character, you know what I mean? I still don't use Marl in Chrono Trigger. By the way, as far as I'm concerned, Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game. Does anybody want to fight me? I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be hitting this guy's weak spots, but we're just going to do this, I think, and be fine. So for SMZ3, Combo Randomizer, whether you're doing a multi-world or not, whether you're doing Key Sanity or not, the only like actual trick you need to do in Super Metroid is wall jumps. I don't think they ever put bomb jumping in logic as long as it's the normal glitchless logic. And I don't think they ever put like Norfair hell runs in logic where you have to go through Norfair without a Varia suit. If you can wall jump in Super Metroid, and anybody can with a little bit of practice, then you can do a rando. See, when I was a kid, I thought Cait Sith was awesome in Final Fantasy VII. I loved using him. And then the last couple times I played Final Fantasy VII, like I tried putting him in the party and he just sucked. And I could never get anything good out of him again. I don't know what I was doing wrong. No, Chrono Cross isn't a Final Fantasy game. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Just wants Loris to explode. Just enough of Loris. So we've got Saga Frontier and Legend of Mana this year. Are we going to get Parasite Eve and Vagrant Story? Be nice. I'm not convinced this monster can even win this fight. Like, we're doing really low damage because we're not playing the stupid hit its weakness game, but I'm not convinced it can, like, Glitz can heal more than that just with his sword. So I think we're going to be okay here. Yeah, shift that barrier, buddy. Woo! You know it. I watched an 18-minute video that just came out. I don't know the name of the channel. You can find it on YouTube. But the guy's like, how many Super Mario games on there? And then he spends the entire video, like he did this big poll and asked a bunch of people, like, what do you consider a Super Mario game? And nobody had a consistent answer. Well, Parasite Eve was adapted from a novel, I thought, not a manga. So if there's a Parasite Eve manga, that was either... That doesn't seem like Square Enix would be involved in that at all. This isn't going to do anything, right? Because he's a boss. So it's just going to... Like, Odin will just come out and then be gone. Yeah, Odin just misses. Well, I'll tell you what. Throw a high potion at Loris here before he gets Farragut again. Which he just did, kind of. Loves blowing up Loris' stupid face. And you know what? I don't blame him. This is not the smartest way to fight this boss, but it is how we're fighting it. The Money Blade. Love it. Also, like 1 million people have died in this room trying to get this Moonring Blade. They just couldn't make it happen. Thieves can't equip it? Is it a ninja-only item? Dark... What? That is a weird group of characters that can equip this weapon. Okay, we'll just give it to you then. And continue on. This is the third version of this guy we've seen. Gotta just pick a game and jump in, man. Just pick one at random. Just put them all on the table and go this one, and then play that one. That's how you do it. That's how you get into a new series. Masamune. Yeah, let's do it. Do I have any Leviaths left? I don't. I don't think I could name a video game series that I'm like interested to get into that I'm not already into. Usually if I look at a series and I don't know a lot about it and I'm thinking about playing one, I'll just play one of them and then that'll be it. That's what I did with Pokemon, that's what I did with Fire Emblem, and you know what? I feel good about both of those decisions. My boy has a ribbon and a protect ring and just swallowed that tornado. Just ate all of it. Madman. Sheesh. Alright, it's going to be like that, huh? Hope she doesn't have an AoE that's going to come out here. I will waste all my Phoenix Downs in this fight. I do not even care. You know what? It's not worth it to try to heal because she's one-shotting everybody. We came into this dungeon with like 30 Phoenix Downs and 99 high potions. I mean, we're not rocking a white mage though. We're not healing with magic, so going through it pretty quick. I can only put up reflect if I had items. Oh, I do have some items. I got some lunar curtains. Are those reflect? They are reflect. Oh yeah, I could have used those. That'd have made that a lot easier, actually. Well, I already didn't do that, so now I have those for later, I guess. Got one of my Phoenix Downs back, though. There is a life spell, but it revives you with only a few hit points. And in a round-based system like this, like you could revive somebody, then they just get punched by a monster or hit with an AoE spell that same round, and they're just dead again. So it's always a dicey proposition. And I want to say this is Excalibur? Yeah, it looks like the sword in the stone down here. I don't think we'll have a rise until the end of Eureka. We don't have anybody who can use Excalibur, and we're probably not going to switch to Knight anymore, but once we have ninjas... It's the General! The General wears furry underwear, no armor, and is painted red. In case anybody was wondering. I don't think you can hit Hubert with a death spell, honestly. Let's hit the guy with the highest magic defense with a death spell. Oh yeah, we're doing double Kirages against Cloud of Darkness. There's not another way to win that fight. You either go in that fight expecting double Kiraja, or you don't win the fight. That was a lot of damage. I've gotten away with only one Sage against Cloud of Darkness, but not without a great deal of luck. Glitz can just heal himself over the course of the next 19 rounds. There's another boss later similar to the General that's just like super powerful physical hits, and that's all he does. Yeah, if you want to level forever, you can probably be like you have to soak the damage of Particle Beam, which just it does like 1400 damage or something. Yeah, the two-headed dragon. All the two-headed dragon does is attack you. And I know in the 3D version, it's just everybody goes in the back row. Like... Excalibur! Four more boxes, 2 more items. For a second I read this as a hacker, and I thought, like, oh, there's hackers in this game, wow. Where's my healer? I got a stack of high potions, boy. That's my healer. So we made it to the end of Eureka here. Oh, you know what? I think there's a full heal on the other side of that door. I love the design of this monster. Just awesome looking monster. Holy crap, this monster. Bard is a pretty good healer in the 3D version of the game as well. It is raining really hard outside, so hopefully you guys can't hear my roof getting pelted. Ow, I got holy! That was my favorite face. You mean one hungry girl. Skilla is a fine, fine lady type. You can see her ample and generous bosoms underneath her 13... Not 13, how many is that? 6 crazy dog heads? Yeah, I kind of missed the low-level white magic that some of the classes got. That was my favorite Hubert. Scholar especially. Scholar having some light healing was very, very useful in the 3D version. Looks like all she's got is these single targets, so... We're just going to continue, and we've got 22 more. Oh, I used the Phoenix Down on Glitz. That was a... Well, it's not going to get used now, so... We got to try to revive everybody. Get them all back up. $20 more. I think we can just buy some in the next room, though. We're fine as long as my items hold. I think Loris is doing more damage to this boss than Glitz. Loris has much more recent weapon upgrades. Oh, nice! Everybody survived to get the experience. You love to see it. Hooray! Sage and Ninja. So, something obvious thing. Cool. I do believe there's a full heal back here. Actually, I don't know what magic y'all you have. You've got like nothing. Kiraja. Alright, so we got Revival Spring. Yeah, and this guy over here, my boy sells all the good stuff. Wait, didn't I already have some crystal armor, I thought? But Genji armor. Alright, so I need one of these. So I need one each of these. Alright, so I don't even know what the Sage's Staff does, actually. Or the Elder Staff. Oh, Spirit plus... Casts Cure when used in battle. Holy crap, dude. Not Cure. Not the very first spell we got. And we need to buy all of this. We're going to be spending so much money here. Okay. Let's purge. So we can afford all this magic. You know what? All this stuff is gone. We don't need any of this. Bomb fragments. I'll just buy haste if I want it. I think I did buy 2 haste, actually. Actually, with the scaling on Elder Staff, it might be good. I'm going to keep those, though. You never know. We don't need a Roombo. We're not going to use any of these. You know, I can buy these again if I want them. We don't need an extra Golem Staff. Don't need those. Oh, it feels wrong to sell my claws. These aren't the good claws anyway. Those are old claws. We don't need boomerangs. We have 3 diamond bells. No thanks. We don't need 5 thunder spears. I like those, but you know what? We're not going to use them. Get rid of all the claws. We don't need them. We're not going to go back to claws. It's not happening. We don't need a royal sword. That's old. We don't need wind spears. Also old. 4 of these can go. Let's hold on to a blood sword. Why not? Let's hold on to harps as well in case I want to play with Bard later. Let's hold on to blood lance. Cast protect. I can cast that if I want. Don't need these. Let's hold on to a break blade. all of the shields. Gone forever. Yeah, you know what? No, we don't need Aegis shields. We're going to get ribbons in the last battle. They're gone. All these old hats. They're gone. Big pile of reflective mail. Let's keep the protect rings. Okay. Who is not wearing their protect ring? Must only have 3. Okay, let's get... two Arises, 2 Flares, and a Meteor. One of them's already got Bahamut. As Curaja and Arise and Haste. And the Elder Staff. So we still are going to want... Hubert's going to be doing most of my actual casting as far as dealing damage as we go through dungeons. And then Loris can swing the Elder Staff around. Oops, no, I want Protect Ring on. Bloodlance is not that bad here. Goes down to 252, 236. We should probably give it to Glitz because he doesn't have a Protect Ring. He's going to need the healing more often than not, I think. So he can keep... You know what? Glitz is accustomed to keeping his hit points up. And he's got way fewer hit points. My goodness. Claire has 500 hit points on him. Alright. There's one more item to get here. Oh, it's outside. Yeah, we didn't fight this last boss yet. Oh, this must be Ragnarok. So we just have a throw command. Just straight up. There's never going to be anything else on this menu. It could just be a shuriken command. But obviously they programmed this for the other Final Fantasy games, and this is just what it looks like. So this is just the canonical endgame Final Fantasy 3 party, 2 and 2. Doesn't get better than this. We've got all the Curaja we could want. So you can see the difference in that Omni Rod that Hubert has. Well, maybe not. That looked about the same to me. I like the ninja's ready stance. Oh, we got a high potion as well. And that's the final item in Eureka, I do believe. Yeah, I just got a Chivo for doing that. Okay, who wants it? Probably you. We have to restock all our potions and everything. I don't think we need lower level magic for Loris. I think Kiraja, Hastes, we hit all the high notes, so we should be fine. Oh, wait a minute. Bloodlance is bad against this guy, though. Look what I did. It's fine. Kiraja fixes everything. That doesn't do anything when you use it. To the vending machine. I mean, we're going to be going back through Eureka later again as well. Like, the plan is to loot everything out of the final, like, the Crystal Tower. And then go back through Eureka and spend all that money on shurikens. Can I multi-target the staff cure? I don't actually know. Yes. Everybody can have some. Loris doesn't have Kiraga. He's only got Kiraja. How great is this demon? Yeah, so it's not a great cure. Considering there's a use item that casts Blizzaga in this game, maybe that staff should cast Cura or something, at the very least. Yeah, a trip to Doga's village to, I'd really only need Kiraga, though, like, for spot healing, without using up a Kiraja slot. Is the only spell I think I like but don't have. Maybe some of the other black magic as well. I like that damage. He's already got Blizzaga, though. Yeah, this dungeon's real quick to tear through once you've got all the treasure out of it, you come back with the super jobs. Remember when Bahamut did that to me? Over and over again? King Behemoth. Out of flare after this, too. Yeah, ninjas are gaining job levels a little faster than sages, which means they must be acting more frequently, which means they must be acting earlier in combat rounds. Can I get Kiraga from here? I can't. No, Kiraja. You know what? I have a cure spell. There, you have spells now. Alright, let's make a trip down to Doga's village real quick and buy these August spells that I want. It's raining like a mofo out there. Ambushed, but the artilleryman is still on point. Everybody was surprised except the artilleryman. God bless him. Like how Claire jumps up onto the banister to attack monsters. Even though it's like a 3,000 foot drop. Is this a chocobo forest up here? What is this? Why? Why though? Why is there a chocobo forest here? Just in case. Just in case you want to do this. This is as far as this chocobo goes. This would definitely be where I would hide, like, a super dungeon or something. Like, some reason to take this chocobo into this. He didn't even go home. He went across the ocean. Final Fantasy IV also has a chocobo forest on just a pointless island where there like completely does not need to be one. So in the NES version, in the Famicom version, they didn't have a throw command. So ninjas would have to manually equip shurikens every single combat round and use the attack command to throw them. And it's a big pain in the butt. And you can only throw shurikens. You can't throw any other weapons. There was nothing else on the... Like, I've got other weapons, yeah, that should be throwable, but... This is not the village. This is not where I want to go. What am I doing? I feel like that Ragnarok also hit a weak point. Almost 4,000 damage against that guy. Yeah, if we're buying a bunch of cure magic, I don't need to rock this Blood Lance, I don't think. But if we're not rocking the Blood Lance, I'd rather you have the Protect Ring. Alright, looking for some Aga magic. You know, we'll buy Cura. Nope. I already have all those. Fundaga. Curaga. I think that's it, actually. Oh. Firaga. Alright, we should be good now. What's the attack spell here? Quake is this attack spell. Oh, instead of Quake, I should just buy another Leviathan, though. In fact, I can split that up. Treble, do you know if we're playing Final Fantasy V tomorrow? I don't have Discord open right now, I can't check. It's really nice just being able to fly directly where I want to go, because it's really easy to get lost on this world map. Alright, so if we're playing Final Fantasy V tomorrow, then I won't do another session of this. But if we're not playing Final Fantasy V tomorrow, then I'll probably finish this game off tomorrow. I said it would take me 3 long sessions to get through this game, and so it will. Turns out I'm pretty reliable. So we have to loot the final dungeon, take one last trip into Eureka, and then we can finish the game. Uh, 99 high potions and 17 Phoenix Downs. I like the look of that. So we'll call it there for tonight. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight. And either tomorrow or Wednesday, depending on whether or not I'm playing Final Fantasy V. If I am, there's a Twitter link down there. You can look at Twitter, and I'll post the Let's Racing Time link. I can't host a Twitch channel on YouTube. I guess I could, but it would be very difficult, and I think it would skirt the edges of what I'm allowed to do with Twitch's terms of service being what it is.